Hi, good evening, or whatever time it is for you right now. Thank you for dropping by, and thanks for joining me in another episode of Danganronpa Another. We are up to chapter 5. A lot has happened so far. We're nearing the end of the game. I'm excited to see what goes on. There's been lots of new stuff that happened. I'm still not over episode 4's ending. Satsuki. Man. Chapter 4's always so sad in all the games thus far. Anyway, let's get into chapter 5. So, what happened was, yeah, this guy shows up. Well, very nice. Everyone is shocked by the surprise, right? Kisaragi-kun is also a freshman at Hope Peak Academy, the same as you, but due to some circumstances, he joined late, so let it go. Yamato-ni. Yamato? Mikaku-chan, do you know him? Hey, Mikaku-chan, why did you turn so blue? Who are you? Mikaru? I'm asking who he is, the guy called a transfer student. The transfer student that no one expected. A new character appeared in this place that started with only 15 people, including myself. That alone was enough to confuse our heads. A character named Yamato Kisaragi, looking at us with a quiet smile. Mikaru had a fierce stare at him and waiting to open his mouth. And finally when it did... Mato! What the fuck is this? Mato to your heart. Everyone's idol is? It's Yamato Kisaragi. This is true despair. Oh my god, look at Mikaru. What is this? Was that okay? Nah, too ordinary. It seems like I was a little bit bored there. What? What are you saying? Are you crazy? This is a joke. Thanks to you, I just made an embarrassing face. Good lord, I'll throw up. Wow, I'm so sorry. Huh? I'm sorry, God, don't let me die. I have sinned, but just forgive me from dying. The first words that came out of Kisaragi's mouth were a hilarious joke that only seemed awkward by anyone, but soon we realized that his condition was somewhat weird. Oh, hey you! I've already bullied you for how long? I told you to get along with them. Kisaragi-kun is a kid with a soft heart, even though he seems like that. Well, excluding that, Kisaragi-kun has a little bit of an abnormality on his own brain. It should be said that their mind is a little off the shelf. It's not normal to be like that after all. I am called Mato. Yo. Are you worried about me? I don't see anything bad here. There's something wrong with his brain? That doesn't matter. I don't care if this kid is a genius or a lunatic. Now the important thing is the existence of this being. We know that there's been 15 freshmen at Hope Peak Academy this year. We haven't heard anything like the ultimate inventor. And it's not just that. There's a transfer student who suddenly appeared in the environment of this very Hope Peak Academy, but it was blocked and sealed off from the outside. Meanwhile, Mikaru was speaking her complaints about how things were too rapid to get to understand. Mikaru's words were caught off by her. Yama-doni. Kurokawa? What? That reaction. You know him too. What's the difference here? Mikako Kurokawa? If she's calling him me, then she's pretty close to him, right? I mean, you can judge by her reaction, obviously. Kurokawa? Oh shit, what the fuck? Huh? It was in a single moment. Kurokawa's tears began to blend in bright blood, and began to ooze out of her eyes, nose, and ears like a fountain. Mikaku-chan. Kurokawa. This is more than I expected. What do you mean? It's as if you knew that if you showed Yamato Kisaragi in front of us, Mikaku Kurokawa would pass out. Well now, don't you all want to know? What do I do? What can I do? The blood doesn't stop. Monokuma, what are you doing? Your role should be to cure a student when they're injured in an accident, like you did with Kinjo. Why should I? What? This isn't exactly an unfortunate accident. She'd rather just die like this. It's like, oops, she's done too many emotional expressions. How are you supposed to take care of that in the first place, huh? Well, I don't know, so I'll leave it to you. What the heck? Well, either way, Kisaragi-kun, come this way. Yes, teacher. Here it is. Here, it's Kisaragi-kun's e-handbook. Be careful not to lose it. Wow, thank you. I'll do it. I'll cherish this. I have explained to you roughly everything about living here, remember? Then try to get along with your friends. Okay. You guys get along with Kisaragi-kun. Kisaragi-kun's information has been added to your e-handbooks, so if you're curious, you can look at it. Monokuma, wait! Damn it. My friend is bleeding and she collapsed in front of my eyes. Even with that pretense of wanting someone to die, this Monokuma can never forgive someone like that. What should we do? What should I? Mikako-chan, please wake up! Even if you ask me. You guys, stop blanking, hurry up and support the other side. Hikaru? You, the transfer student, I'm so full of things that I want to say, but right now first thing is to save Mikaku Kurokawa, because I have to hear a lot from this woman. It'll be difficult if she dies now. Yeah, let's move to the infirmary first. It's on the first floor, so the location is close. He's kinda hot though. I'm interested in whoever this character is. We decided to pick up the unconscious Kurokawa and take her to the infirmary. In the meantime, the revelation of Kisaragi, the transfer student who doesn't even blink even though a person is bleeding and collapsed, seemed like a creepy person. So he's probably the person Monokuma kept in those jail cells, right? The basement. Oh man. He's student. After taking Kurokawa, who lost consciousness through massive bleeding, we went to the infirmary together for the first aid. Then we brought her to her private room. Then we immediately gathered at Makaru's room. The sudden transfer student and Kurokawa losing consciousness. Less than a day has passed since we decided to continue Satsuki's will and defeat the mastermind. We were so confused by the rapid change of situation. Mikako-chan, I'm sure she'll be okay. Even Kurokawa was knocked down, and Kinjo isn't showing any reaction. The four of us are the only ones in this wide school. It feels too unreal. 5. They're not in this room, but there's a guy running around outside. Kisaragi, you mean? Who is he? That person named Yamato Kisaragi. The e-handbook really was updated. Well, if you think about it simply, it will be the mastermind. Eh? The mastermind? But didn't Makaru thought that Kurokawa was the mastermind? I didn't know things were going to turn out like this. But that doesn't mean Mikaku Kurokawa is also free from guilt. You saw it too, right? As soon as she saw that transfer student, she became anxious and shed tears. That's true. As soon as she saw him, she mentioned Yamato-ni. The most primary candidate is Yamato Kisaragi. At the same time, I can't stop being suspicious of Mikaku Kurokawa, because we can't reach the conclusion that there's only one mastermind. What? You mean it can't be only one mastermind? The only thing I admire from you is your ignorance. Rather, don't you think that the possibility of the mastermind's revenge was because of the character named Yamato Kisaragi appeared? That means... Are you saying the mastermind that is mixed in our group and the one behind it, hiding, that controls everything? Right. My idea is useful indeed. Think about it. There's no creature called Monokuma on this planet. That means someone is controlling it. Wouldn't that explain that Mikaku Kurokawa, who was with us, wasn't the one controlling it? Yeah. Huh? But didn't Kisaragi and Monokuma move all the same in the gym a little while ago? I'm not sure about that yet, but maybe they did something without our knowledge. It may have been a reserve operation, or because of the distance we do not see it. Even so, it means that he's not a trustworthy person. What is certain is that he's been on the sidelines since we got involved in this incident. Yeah, if they don't have anything to do with the mastermind, they can't come from outside the school either. Still, wouldn't it be better to talk directly with Kisaragi-kun than to be suspicious? We don't know what kind of person he is yet. Mikako-chan's the same. When she wakes up, let's talk calmly. I hate being suspicious like this. I don't suppose you guys think that person named Kisaragi Yamato is just a mysterious figure that just popped out suddenly, do you? Yeah? What are you talking about? Huh? Wait. Do you have any information about Kisaragi-kun, Rei-chan? Maida, please for the love of God help me. I don't think I can handle these fools by myself. Oh. Akane, Teruya, you saw when we reported about the 3rd floor, right? The Hope Peak Academy graduation album. Graduation album? Kisaragi Hanzo was the name of the owner of the graduation album. It's too perfect to be a coincidence, isn't it? Somehow when I heard the name Kisaragi, I recall where it was, that album. I remember now. I'm more curious as to how you can forget about such an important information. And not only that, you guys, did you see the mark in the ballroom's arsenal? Mark? You mean that mark with the 2 moons overlapped in blue? Yes, Maida already heard it before, but that mark is the crest of the Kisaragi Foundation. It's not a widely known company to the general public, but it's a giant company, in the shadows with a broad reach of high-tech science sector. Kisaragi Foundation. Kisaragi. Ah, I remember. When I was younger, my father signed to sell robot vacuum cleaners. The source was from the Kisaragi Foundation. Yeah, there's that way that many people may know. Although it is a company with a lot of secrets. As to whether it was controlling the mass media or not is unknown. Then Kisaragi-kun is from that big corporation family? If that's the case, it wouldn't be surprising, since the graduation album with Hanzo Kisaragi was discovered, and the arsenal has a mark of the foundation. But just looking at this, doesn't it seem that there's some kind of relationship between the mastermind and the Kisaragi Foundation, which we are facing right now? That's right. It turns out there was one more thing, Makaru. There's a clue related to the Kisaragi Foundation. Is it really? Which one? At that time I couldn't say anything, but I found a picture of a person who looks like Yamato Kisaragi in the school's office while investigating the 4th floor. Yeah, the photo I found was Kinjo. As I had room to organize the situation, I began to think of it. The person in the picture that resembled Hanzo Kisaragi in the graduation album was Yamato Kisaragi, whom I met in person a while ago. Unfortunately, Kinjo has that picture right now. That's what Maida-kun has been talking about with Kinjo-kun in the school's office for a long time. Why didn't you tell us right then? I think I was a little confused back then. Well, things were happening and Kinjo himself told me to stay quiet and spoke some nonsense. Some nonsense? You can't reveal it now, but Kinjo was also suspicious of Kurokawa. Kinjo hasn't seen Kisaragi yet, so I wonder if he'll keep thinking that way. Well, he's that kind of guy, but right now he has become a useless partner. Then, there's 3 clues related to Kisaragi in this large academy? Yes. Now do you guys know the reason why I'm suspicious of Kisaragi Yamato? Mikako Kurokawa, who overreacts to Kisaragi, was suspicious for the same reason. But I wish we could talk to him. You're tenacious. Well, do whatever you want. As I see it now, he's a guy with a broken head, so there's a high possibility that there's nothing to talk about. What? Mikaru, where are you going? There's still a lot to organize with you guys. I have to move. It's about time that guy notices us. Wow, what are you all doing here? Monokuma? What? I don't want to see your face. Can you leave now? No, but I was looking for you one by one because I couldn't see you anywhere. I looked around the school. Wait, what's this? There was obviously nobody in this room on the surveillance camera, right? No way, you guys. You haven't done anything to the surveillance camera, have you? Huh? What is he saying now? Must have broken down. Are you trying to cover up your self-management mistakes with us? You really are a rotten piece of trash. Breaking my heart with this sudden profanity. Well, anyway, Miss Mikaru makes sense. The facilities are old, so it's whatever. The facilities are old? What does that mean? The facilities of Hope Peak Academy shouldn't be that old, right? That's... What was it? That was... Oh yeah, the switch room in the power room was also a little bad because of the lights out, right? I guess that's what I mean. I don't know what I don't know. I don't freaking know. I got worked up about the camera and I came here because I have something to tell you. Well, I think you already know if I don't say it, but the 5th floor of the school area is now open, so it's okay to research as much as you want. Do what you like. The 4th floor was mostly locked classrooms anyway. That's for 4th floor. If you compare it to the human body, it's a bit sensitive. Shall I say it's the shameful part of it? What? So many strange comments. Yes, Tyra, your face is blushing. Well, rest assured, the 5th floor is wide open. But, unlike so far, you'll need to be a little more prepared. And it's also the top floor. You guys seem knocked down, so I thought it would be best for the last minute atmosphere. What? Are you prepared to reach the truth? Then go ahead. Think of this as a service for seeing you guys so motivated. Oh, I'll have to go now and see the status of the camera. Bye! What? We'll need to be prepared. He's probably just scared for nothing. Anyways, did you see it? So far I was alone and I didn't have much doubts because there were far more people back then. If 4 or 5 people suddenly disappear while the number of people is reduced as they are now, the likelihood of being caught will increase each time. We can't talk for a long time in my room because there's 1 or 2 limits that can let this slide on the basis like I just did. So what should we do? If it wasn't for the jamming in Makaru's room, it would all go into the ears of the mastermind. For now, let's talk briefly only when there's not something we really need to say. I'll call you when we need it, so you guys act like you normally do. As usual, you're talking about eating in the morning together and not leaving our rooms at night, etc. Oh, right, you were doing that too. What does it matter? Let's just act together. Yeah? Instead, I won't lock the door to my room and keep it open, so make sure you come in and out of my room from time to time. Suspicion will decrease the last time we gather. Eh? What was that for? What's with the stupid reaction? Do you hate it? No, it's not like that, but it's a first for someone like Makaru to suggest that. I knew Rei-chan is a good girl. Even though she seemed to not care about us before, she really helped us a lot. Stop annoying. I told you not to be mistaken, because you and I aren't friends. This is just cooperation. Don't try and cross the line with useless remarks. Yeah? Cooperation means you can be a friend. Don't be so cold, Rei-chan. Shut it. I'll get rid of the jamming soon, so come out and go to the 5th floor to investigate. Mikaru? Rei-chan, did I make you upset? She's just shy, right? I mean, even if she says those things, saying that she will always keep her door open means that she'll trust us that much. Yeah, we're all ready to join forces and smack the mastermind right now. Let's follow Mikaru to the 5th floor and begin our investigation. We're still riddled with mysteries and there's a long way to go. I can feel that our hearts were united in this despair. Kinjo, Kurokawa, Kisaragi, Yamato. The confusion was still the same, but we were filled with hope more than ever. I decided to go with everyone to investigate the 5th floor. Wow. Interesting. Looks like everyone went to the 5th floor. I have to go investigate as well. Oh. Ah. The person standing on the way to the school entrance was Yamato Kisaragi, the mysterious figure who appeared a while ago. Oh, hello there. You are Kisaragi? Nice to meet you. You haven't said anything since we've met to here. I'm Yuki Maeda. Are you there, Kisaragi? Are you angry? I didn't mean to. Okay. What the heck? What the? Tyra's statement about having a conversation certainly made sense, but I couldn't establish a proper communication, which is likely to be due to his brain state. No, he seemed to be angry with me than anything else. At least when I saw him at the gym, he was messy, but I think he can speak. But why did he just stare at me and stutter? I don't know. Let's think about Kisaragi's issue later and start with the investigation on the 5th floor, because it's a new place we might be able to find something. What a sussy individual. I don't know, is he gonna die? Because unlike the first game, the 16th student died. So maybe the 16th student here dies too. I don't know, we'll see. Hey, Maida, wait. Hikaru, you didn't go to investigate the 5th floor. I stopped by the library because I had something to investigate, but then I found an important clue. Important clue? Do you remember there was a locked door in the back of the library? That door opened. Really? I thought Hikaru only said that the 5th floor was open. Monokuma only said that the 5th floor was open. I don't know why he didn't mention about the back door of the library, but there was a lot of interesting things inside. That area is open now, so go ahead and see for yourself. Oh, okay, thank you, Hikaru. One word. Since both Akane and Teruya are in charge of the 5th floor without seeing this, why don't you tell them later? They both rushed over there without a second thought. I'll be heading to the 5th floor. Wait, what? Hikaru? She just said Teruya and Akane. She's really starting to become more friendly with us. But I can't say this in front of her. Anyways, thanks to Hikaru, now I know that there's an open place besides the 5th floor. The door at the back of the library. I'll make sure to check it out later as well. Let's check it out now. As Hikaru said, it really is open. The door behind the library. But what even is this place? The room inside the library had a very different atmosphere from the outside, and there were a few books here, but even those were all empty. There was only a half-open book left by Hikaru on the desk. There's nothing that stands out in particular, so this is all about the book. Is this the important clue Hikaru mentioned? It was a small book and it looked portable. I decided to read only the part that could be read by picking up the notebook that had only the half of it left, as if someone else had torn it apart. Finally arrived here for the time being. Well, either way, this diary was still here. Well, it's just a few that come here. A day has passed. Everyone can't hide their anxiety that can't just say it. Since we can't get out of here, in the worst case, we could live here all of our lives. But it would better than being. Quite a bit of time has passed. Now the mood is a bit more stable. I feel like it has become this way. However, I feel an unknown anxiety. Is this really it? The anxiety that I feel. The anxiety that I have has been growing more and more. I don't want to believe it, but if there's class among us, seems like we would be done with since the moment we set foot in here. The suspects are them, they are suspicious. After that, the notebook was torn in half and couldn't be read anymore. What? Is this a diary written by someone? Who wrote it? What's its content? We can't get out of this place, we might live here our whole lives. These words are it's the same as we are in right now. But other than that, I couldn't tell who wrote this diary for what reason. Hikaru must have read this diary. Rather than worrying myself, let's think about it with everyone later. Maybe it's the same thing as the first class. They were forced to live here because of the ultimate despair. So maybe that's like a journal from the time they were camping in here. I feel like I haven't spent much time in the 4th floor. Oh, Jesus Christ. Huh? As usual, I took the stairs to investigate a new place. Although a new place is open, I could not connect it to the usual landscape that soon came into my sight. This is the 5th floor? Terribly bloody scent. The ground and walls are cracked. It was a terrible sight, as if this was just a horrifying tragedy that just happened here. You must be surprised, Maeda. Hikaru. Well, who wouldn't be surprised to see this sight? Yeah, honestly, even I can't help but fight the smell. We will too, because the 5th floor is so far distinctly different than any other floor. It is different. If it's bloody like this, you idiot, the blood is already there. But look at this overall structure. It's not the same. Soon enough you'll notice. The structure. What is clear is that this is a very interesting place. Monokuma said we needed to be prepared in order to see the 5th floor. It means there must be something only on this floor. Well, let me look at it from top to bottom. Don't be dazed and investigate. It's too abnormal. Ugh. The impression of blood and destruction is so intense that it's not very noticeable, but I should investigate first. Ah, Yuki, you're here now? Tell you, the floor is... Can you see it? No, even with seeing or sleeping in this room right now, I can't even guess to what happened here. It's like a terrorism event just started. According to the tag on the door of this room, it's called the parlor. I'm investigating what I can. By the way, Terria, are you okay? Huh? What do you mean about it being okay? Well, it's bloody everywhere. I think even I feel the scale of the situation is getting bigger and bigger non-stop. I'm kinda saying this now, but Terria was very weak against these things. That, I must say, you were timid. Yuki sure knows how to talk, saying all those things in front of me surprisingly. You're correct. Honestly, the 5th floor is shocking you enough that I would never imagine this bloody scent that keeps hitting your nose. I just want to throw this investigation and run away like a coward. But we made a promise to Satsuki. We vowed to not run away anymore. And these goggles, Haruhiko's goggles, are giving me strength. It's scary and I want to run away from everything, but every time I think about that, I think about them too. It's kind of funny when I say this, but I'm more serious than ever. No, I can see Terria's determination clearly. I'm sorry for calling you a coward. To be honest, I'm probably more a coward. I don't mind. At least it's not a bad thing to say. Well then, I'm gonna continue investigating the parlor more. Is Maida gonna investigate here too? Oh, I'll go somewhere else. I'll leave the parlor to you. Okay, I hope you find something too. Everyone's going up. Finally surpassed Ayami's death, and Hikaru also began to acknowledge and cooperate with us. Teruya also became mentally strong in the sense of Haruhiko's redemption. Even though Kinjo is fainted by shock, he too began to recognize his twisted values, not to mention Haruhiko and Satsuki, who threw away their lives to save us. But what about me? Am I growing? Somehow it feels like everyone is moving away. It's like I'm the only one stuck in one place on my own. No, why am I suddenly immersed in this state of futile inferiority? I'm struggling as far as I can to defeat the mastermind alongside everyone else. That's the only action to think and act right now. What's this door? They said the 5th floor is the top floor, so it doesn't seem like it will go anywhere. Is it the rooftop? Damn it, it's locked. Monokuma, he might have lied saying the 5th floor was all open. Still, I feel something is off about this door. There seems to be something really important behind this. I wonder. It's suspicious, but I don't have any options right now, so it's a waste to worry about. Let's just leave it alone for now. Is this where the tragedy took place? There's a small notebook on the desk. There's a notebook full of various articles clipped from the newspaper. Let's see. What article is this? Huh? Seeing the clipped articles, I couldn't hide my surprise. In the photos in the newspaper article, a giant Monokuma, a mob dressed with Monokuma costumes were publicly revealed. What are these fishy contents? The world's most biggest desperate event in human history? According to the article, the world's situation went in jeopardy due to a sudden simultaneous terrorist attacks all over the world. It was a crisis that should never have happened again in history. Maida-kun, what's wrong? You look surprised. Akane, look at this. What? A newspaper? I don't really read the news that much. Eh? What is this? Monokuma? It seems to be called the most desperate event in human history. Akane, do you know? There's nothing. This absurd thing. No matter how much I read the article, if this had happened, it would have been an uproar on the news or internet. And the day this event is said to have occurred is in the future. The future? What else does it say? It's literally the future. We were kidnapped at the entrance ceremony, so we seem to remain here, and it must have been roughly 2 weeks until today. The day written on this newspaper is 3 months from today. Really? How did this happen? Obviously, it was because of the school circumstance, so we entered a little earlier than the normal semester, right? Yeah. We didn't pay much attention to it because they mentioned the main class, which is not a preparatory department. It's a free atmosphere rather than a standard class schedule. We really didn't bother very much. Thinking about it, the date written in this paper is almost as clue to the start of a normal semester. Well, I don't know what it means, but it doesn't make sense that a newspaper is from a future date. The contents of the newspaper are also unconventional. The whole Monokuma aspect of it could be some fabrication clearly. Yeah, I think so too. But maybe something strange happened here. And for now, let's talk about it with Rei-chan later. Rei-chan must know more things than we do, so she might be able to clear this something. Okay, then about this notebook. I'll have it. I can hand it to Rei-chan later, okay? World's most desperate event in human history. Why do I get this ominous feeling? Akane, you're here. Are you investigating? Yes, but... But? Look at this. Oh. What is this? Yamato Kisaragi, the president of the Kisaragi Foundation. Huh? It's not the same name or something like that, right? Wherever you look, the Kisaragi-kun we met is a former student, right? That's true. It's written as the Kisaragi Foundation that Karu mentioned first. I thought this was the principal's outfit at first, but when I looked closely, it said that it was the collection office. Principal's office, or if it is the headmaster's office, it's already on the 4th floor. Worse than that, alternative this room is... The 5th floor is also bloody and in terrible shape. It's a strange feeling. It feels like only the 5th floor is independent from Host Peak Academy. It turns out that Mikaru, who I met a while ago, said the same thing. The 5th floor is very different from all the previous floors. There is also the fact that Kisaragi-kun's picture is hanging here. Seems like an important clue that we shouldn't be overlooked. I agree with you there. Let's keep it in mind and continue to investigating other places. There seems to be a lot of information on the 1st floor. It's a bit difficult because of the smell of blood doesn't go away, but I'll try my best. Hikaru, trying to investigate this room? Maeda. No, I'd like to, but it's impossible. This room is locked. A lock? Are you saying it can't open? Just shush and come here. Do you see it? There's a password input panel. Password? Not a normal lock? Moreover, Monokuma said there was nothing locked on the 5th floor. Ha 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 ha, that's not it. The record room has an auto lock function, so I can open it as I like. Monokuma. Is it important enough that it needs an auto lock? No, wait, it's not like that. What on earth happened on the 5th floor anyway? What the hell is this? Isn't it your job to figure that out? I'm glad you like it. This place was specifically left as it was at the time. As it was at the time? I ran my mouth too much. I don't know. So figure it out yourself. Anyway, the door to the rec room will open once you enter the password. Got it? Oh, and one more thing. For the record, only one person can go in. If someone's already inside, it won't open even if you enter the password correctly. What? Why does such a pain in the ass system exist? The recording room itself is a single room. I can't do anything with this because it checks the heart rate of the person inside and restricts access. Now what if more than one person entered at the same time? That's impossible too. The sensor at the entrance will activate and secondary bulkhead doors will block the entry. Well, you guys don't know the password, so this is useless information anyways. Well, of course, Maeda, you don't know the password either. It doesn't matter. Even if it wasn't specifically the rec room, there are still interesting clues in the other rooms as well. Let's continue the investigation by being open-minded. Once the investigation's over, I'll call you, so you better do a good investigation report. Yeah, it should be fine. By the way, Mikaru, you are often disguised as gatherings and reporting investigations. It's rather funny when you ask to report our investigation. Seeing that you won't stop talking means you don't want to investigate. Okay, sure, let's not do it. I was joking, I'm sorry. Oh yeah? I was also joking too. Sorry, go ahead and investigate. Seriously, Karu has no openings. I just got reverse beating. But in the past she would have been angry. I guess taking the joke as a joke is a little better. Okay, I don't know what else I can do. What's this? Ooh, what the hell is this place? It said it was a laboratory. No matter where I looked, there was some kind of incubators and blood everywhere. It was an unpleasant place. I have to investigate, starting from these weird capsules. What is this thing? Some of them have lights as red and some of them have green. And amidst the unpleasant metal-like capsules lined up, while checking one of them, I found a familiar name on the front of the box. Ayame Hatano. Oh shit, is this the morgue? Huh? What is Hatano? What is the name of the dead Hatano? Hatano's name suddenly appeared. No, isn't this really out of place? Suddenly I got a horrifying feeling and noticed there were only 16 capsules, and I ran to the one next to it. Higa Mitsuhiro. Mitch's name. Hatano and Mitch. All of them were friends who died after being executed by Monokuma. No way, this wouldn't be. What's inside these capsules? It was only a matter of time. It was only after checking the status of the third capsule I could realize what my sinister premonition was true. Oh. My name. And a green light. Swallowing my spit, I pushed open the capsule with my name on it. It's empty. Looking at the 16 capsules, some of them were lit up. Some of them had green lights on. In addition, the mark was written on the front of a capsule with red light next to the name, and the mark symbol was written on the front of the doors with green light. Counting the numbers, there are 9 red lights and 7 green lights. The names of the green lights capsules were Yuki Maeda, Akane Taira, Tsurugi Kinjo, Rei Makaru, Mikako Kurokawa, Teruya Otori, Yamato Kisaragi. All of the living ones. If that's it, then the others... No way, they can't be... Yes, they can, Maeda-kun. He's exactly what Maeda-kun's thinking. Monokuma, you did this. Yeah, this lab is a place to hold the bodies of the people who have died so far. Even though it's not really a morgue, it would suit for one. These were all made for each of you. You can open the capsule at any time, so if you miss the faces of your dead friends, take them out and see them. Oh, all day you'll be punished severely for corpse damage, so try to appreciate it as much as possible, okay? You shouldn't touch in a museum, but only use your eyes. How did you do this? This is terrible. You're insane. According to what Monokuma says, there are really my dead friends inside this capsule in front of me. I know that, but how can I understand this? How can you convince yourself of this action? Huh? You don't believe me? Then, wait a minute. I'll take one and show it to you. What? Stop it. Enough. Just stay still. It's a little grotesque, so why not just use Maki's corpse with the least damaged body, okay? Stop. How about it? It's been such a long time. Isn't it nice to meet each other again? Maki, how could you? Despite my refusal, he opened the capsule without hesitation and Monokuma pulled out Maki's body. At the same time, anger flowed inside, but my body couldn't react to anything because of the insane and abnormal situation. Oh, sorry. Even though the degree of damage was small, it's been quite some time since they started to decay. It's been corrupted a lot, huh? It's a bit disgusting, but you can endure it, right? The power of your friendship is stronger, right? Damn you. Oh yeah, the smell of rotten flesh is bad for your health, so I'll put this away. Even the ultimate sharpshooter who struggled like that eventually became like this. Wow, why are you overreacting so much? It's a corpse, you've seen plenty already. Shut up. Why the hell? What's the reason for showing me this? What's the reason? What else is there to make you guys despair? What? You guys were the ones who started, after the class trial yesterday, that you will reveal my identity and try to punish me. I'm displaying my opposition accordingly, see? Ha ha ha. It is often in boys' comics, right? When the protagonist powers up and announces a decisive showdown, the villain also powers up accordingly to drive the protagonist even more desperate. It's the same. Damn it, such a terrible thing. Well, no matter how far you go, I wonder if you can reach the truth, let alone my identity. I'm hopelessly bored waiting still. For reference, that desperate expression and almost vomiting was very good. It was a nice show for me to someone like Maeda-kun. Hoo 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 hoo. So goodbye. Jesus Christ. Damn it. Stop joking around. What despair? I'll never forgive you. When Akuma does outrageous, inhumane acts, I have to get back on track and continue to investigate new areas. I think I've been around all the new places. I decided to move to the dormitory at once. Yeah, that's messed up. After roughly completing the investigation of the newly opened places, we decided to gather at the dining hall as usual to report an investigation according to Makaru's proposal. Now, let me hear what everyone has investigated. This is the first time a report's being conducted by only 4 people. There are only 4 of us in this giant room. It can't be helped. Kinjo and Kurokawa are unconscious, and Kisaragi is off topic. Hey, but is it really necessary to report on the investigation here? That is, well, the eyes and ears are open. Akane glanced at the surveillance camera and blurted out her words. I think I know what she wants to say. It would only mean that our report of the investigation could be comfortably in Makaru's room, which is not affected by surveillance cameras. No, you guys have been doing reports in the dining hall so far, haven't you? Then you better do what you've been doing. And I said this, didn't I? You can't stay in that place for long. I said I'll call when we really need it. Until then, do as usual. Although, I'll praise you for not saying anything there without thinking. Honestly, you guys were dubious about your lightness in your words, but now you're doing very good. Oh, yes, thanks. Wow, I was praised by Ray-chan. You look like a real teacher. She's not just a real teacher, right? An ultimate level professor, too. Please don't make the same sounds as Maeda. Anyway, let's begin the investigation report. As you know, we've investigated it. The 5th floor was uniquely different, even within the different atmosphere of the school. Yeah, the first thing I discovered was the terrible bloodstains spreading across the 5th floor and the signs of destruction. I can't even guess what happened in there. I don't think the corridor was originally like that. Is this something like a terrorist event happening at Host Peak Academy? Because when the 2nd floor was opened, there was a notice in the library that the doors to the Host Peak would be closed. If there was that, then the serious problem mentioned in the notice is what was left on the 5th floor? Wait, that doesn't make sense. When we entered Host Peak Academy, there was no notice that Host Peak was closing. The 5th floor should have been fine. Actually, I have a guess about that problem, but I won't talk about it here, so I'll call you later. For now, let's skip this and start with something else. Oh, well, the rooms on the 5th floor were parlor, collection room, record room, and laboratory. There were 4 rooms in total. I checked the parlor room, like the kitchen and the dormitory. There were cooking utensils like a gas stove or kitchen knife, so it seems possible to cook in there. Of course, the whole room is covered in blood, so no one will want to cook in a place like that. I examined the collection room, like Otori-kun said. It was bloody in there. Well, there was something. There was a picture of him. Him? The 3rd president of the Kisaragi Foundation, Yamato Kisaragi. The picture of Kisaragi was hung in the frame on the wall like that. Is that so? That's not all. Next to it were the pictures of people named Yusaku Kisaragi and Hanzo Kisaragi, saying they were the 1st and 2nd representatives. Kisaragi Hanzo. That was... Isn't that the owner of the graduation album? Yes, the 1st representative Yusaku was also... It is clear that there is something related to the Kisaragi Foundation and Host Peak Academy. No, wait. Yamato Kisaragi was the 3rd representative. The Kisaragi Foundation couldn't have changed the representative so quickly. What time frame would this be? It would have been Kisaragi Hando the day of the entrance ceremony. No, this can't be either. Rei-chan, what's wrong? Never mind. So what else? Other than that, in the collection room, Connie, there were those. The newspaper clippings. Oh, that's right. Guys, there was something very suspicious, but we had a clue that seemed promising. Look at this. What is this? Look at the contents of it. Looks like a notebook someone cut out and scrapped the newspaper articles. Eek, what is this? Monokuma? The worst desperate event in human history. Huh, what kind of joke is this? We don't know either. It was on the desk of the collection room. As is written in here, it seems that there's been an exponential increase in mobs around the entire world and we're rioting in each country. Don't be ridiculous. This would have reached the army if that were the case. Where were they? If you look at this paragraph, there's been a reactionary molecule or key people among the mob that's responsible for the events of the disaster, so the response team in the event were not under any control due to reactionary molecules that have been stained by the mobs. This is... The epicenter of this riot is called Host Peak Academy. Stupid. But I didn't know about such an event. We don't, right? I mean, this massive terror cannot happen in just a few weeks like we are. That's true. Maybe it was Monokuma's manipulation. Honestly, it's not even real that a giant Monokuma destroys a building. It's not even a science fiction movie. It's also too absurd, but it's not that there's only the possibility of manipulation. According to this newspaper, the worst desperate event in human history of mankind has occurred in the future. In the future? It must have been about 2 weeks since we were here. But even calculating from that time, there's still a few months left until the date written in the newspaper. Then what is it? It's not like the newspaper flew in from the future in a time machine. I also heard Maida-kun's words and thought this could be only be a manipulation. But I don't know why it makes such an elaborate operation. If you think about it, it's obvious that all the videos of the first motive to be manipulated, so there's nothing to be surprised about now, right? Future, 5th floor, Host Peak Academy, 3rd generation representative. As expected, I'm convinced at this moment. Hikaru, what's wrong? No, I'll tell you later. Give me that notebook, I'll handle it. Oh, okay. Yeah, for now, put all suspicious things on hold. What's next? Did you find anything else? Maybe it's for the best, but Hikaru, aren't you overlining too roughly? Of course, I think it's a manipulation, but I think we should put some thought into it more. Hikaru made a stare at Teruya without saying anything and raised her head towards the camera. Yeah, although it's better to leave the complicated thinking aside. Let's continue the investigation report. Oh, well, I mainly investigated the collection room and hallway. There was a place called the record room. What's going on there? Record room. I couldn't enter. The door is locked with the password input device, so if you don't know the password, the door won't open. Oh, that sounds very important. And what about the lab? Anyone with such a lab? What? Rei-chan, Maida-kun, you two went silent all of a sudden. Don't be alarmed and listen. It's something we learned while searching the lab. There were 16 capsules in the lab, and those capsules were the bodies of the people who's died so far inside. What? Huh? Did I hear something wrong just now? Are you deaf? It's bodies. Of the 15 of us, there are 16 capsules including Yamato Kisaragi's, and the dead ones have their bodies stored inside them. Surely this is just nonsense. A real corpse? I know it sounds crazy, crazy, but it's true. Monokuma took up Mako's body and showed it to me. That's so horrible. How can you do that to humans? Yeah, I'll admit that's twisted. Well, when was Monokuma not insane anyway? Anyways, in the case of the people who are still alive, a green light is on the capsule. That means if we die in the future, we'll be in that capsule? Yeah. It's crazy. I can't forgive him for harassing people who've already died. Yes, it's better if you got more fighting spirit risen further to aspire more into looking for more clues. Unfortunately, the lab has nothing else to be discovered except those insane sites. Then, that's everything from the 5th floor? Compared to the previous one, I guess the progress was somewhat better. There's another door to the right at the end of the 5th floor, but that was also locked. No, but isn't that weird? The 5th floor was mentioned to be wide open by Monokuma, but there are 2 places locked. It's wrong to believe what he says in the first place. Looking at your priorities right now, you don't know anything about the library either. Suddenly the library came up? Oh, that's right. There's a locked door behind the library that was also open there. Yes, I told Maeda. It's the way you heard it. The inside of that door was a small, solitary room similar to the 5th floor. Flower parts are broken. Even if there's a bookshelf, all the books are gone or damaged. But I found something interesting in it. Interesting? It was only half torn, but it was a diary written by someone, like a small notebook. Maeda, don't interrupt my words. Sorry. Anyways, the contents of the diary are like this. We barely arrived here for the time being. Well, also this diary was still here. Well, there are only a few who come here now. A day has passed. Everyone can't hide their anxiety, but they can't help it. We can't get out of this place. In the worst case, we could live here forever. But it would be better than... Quite a bit of time has passed. Now the mood is somewhat calming. However, I feel an unknown anxiety. Is this really it? The anxiety that I felt inside was getting bigger and bigger. I don't believe it, but if there's a class among us, from the moment we entered, then we're finished. The suspects are them. They are suspicious. That's what it said. Was that weird? I don't even know what they're talking about. It's no wonder that you don't understand because you're an idiot with no way to salvation. Some of the letters are blurred out and the back part is not torn, but this alone gives you a great clue, doesn't it? A clue? That we might live here our whole life, that we can't get out. Doesn't it feel similar to our situation? Well, there's that too, but I'm not sure about the person who wrote it. Was in the same position like us. But it's a bit different from us when they said we barely arrived. And it wasn't written that long ago because of the dust on the paper and dry ink. I mean, it may be a little different, but it was written by a person in this building. Now then, I'll ask at this point. If there's a person who wrote this article, out of the 16 of us, including Yamato Kisaragi, who would it be? Huh? Well, wouldn't it be possible to find out by doing a handwriting survey? That method won't work with our dead friends. We already know the person who wrote in this diary is the current people alive. No, the handwriting check is bullshit. Onaida's right. The person who wrote this article is one of the currently alive people. Eh? How can you be so sure? It's a guess, but from the nuances of the first paragraph, the author was not the first person to arrive here, but we were the ones to attend the Host Peak Academy for the first time. Except for one person, the one who is identified and sure enough to hang a photo in this building. You don't mean Kisaragi? It is most likely that guy, or Mikako Kurokawa. Why Mikako-chan? In here, that's all I can tell you. In this place right now. Other than that, there were no other new clues. Mikaro quickly noticed the surveillance camera and hurriedly terminated her speech. Right. But we're in trouble. We found out very little. No, we didn't have a clue before, but we have found a lot. That's a huge fact too. Really? That's Rei-chan for you. Well, this is also a fact that I realized after investigating with you guys. And in that aspect, you have my gratitude. Thank you. Aww. Mikaru's cooperating. Mikaru, where are you suddenly going? What about the investigation report? What is it? Aren't we done reporting? This is all I can tell you in this place right now. I'll call you later so you do your usual stuff. She's gone. We got a lot closer since Rei-chan said she was gonna be with us, but it seems like she's reluctant to be with us somewhere in her mind. Still, where does Mikaru want to do this? Let's think better. Right, everyone notice what Mikaru's trying to say? Yes. Now Rei-chan is more dependent, so let's follow Rei-chan's words. Aye, then we have to go to that newly opened library room. I'll go around and investigate. Let's behave as Mikaru suggested. Yeah, but something bothers me a little. What's wrong, Akane? No, it's just... I'm worried about Kinjo-kun and Mikako-chan. Well, that's one thing, but now that the first aid has been done, we have no choice but to wait for them to recover. That's true for Kurokawa, but is Kinjo not awake? The day has already passed. Yep, that's for granted. If Kinjo-kun was awake, he would have been severely punished because he didn't come out when introducing Whoa, easy. I just came to answer Maeda-kun. Anyway, one more thing about Kinjo-kun. I haven't seen any signs of him waking up or any shocks at all. It's gone. Still, after listening to Monokuma, it makes sense. If Kinjo had been awake, he would have been heard Monokuma's calling him to the gym. Because if we don't follow, we get punished. That's more worrying though. Kinjo-kun, I haven't seen any signs of him waking up. Honestly, when he was in the ballroom and then waking up to see stuff like this, I'd rather want him to be fainting like this. No, I believe that if you were Kinjo, you will surely realize your wrong values and wake up. Yeah, I feel the same way. It's best to join forces with Kinjo and get out of here, right? I was joking. Alright, then let's move. Mikaru realized something due to the newly discovered clues on the 5th floor. Thanks to the surveillance camera, it was hard to talk right now, so for now let's spend time investigating as usual until Mikaru calls us. Oh, come to think of it, I also decided to talk with Kisaragi as well. Before we investigate, I should probably talk to him, but we couldn't communicate well, but I think he's still in the dormitories. Let's find him. Alright, we get to hang out with Kisaragi? Let's go. Did they add a new room or something? Oh, they did. Oh, I found Kisaragi. Hey! What? The person with Kisaragi is Kurokawa. She was awake? However, what's with this atmosphere? Yamato, ni. Oh, hello. Why? Why is Yamato ni is like that? Lady, I guess I'm sick because I'm not feeling well and you seem to be in the same status as I am. Your face turns blue and you're getting discolored. How did this happen? Why? I see. You got many things to say there? You're also very excited too. You want to hear my adventure story? You want to hear me out then? But I refuse. I can't tell you. Yamato-kun, until now, you were far away. I don't know what you're saying, straight up. Use your mouth language. I want to say Yamato-kun to you. Oh. Yamato-kun. She good? What is going on? What? Kurokawa, she's still in a bad shape, but Kurokawa's attitude towards Kisaragi is awfully strange. Seems like some kind of relationship. Why am I hiding and eavesdropping? The purpose here was to talk to Kisaragi in the first place. Hey, Kisaragi. You. We met for a while in the morning, but I'm Yuki Maeda. Hey, I want to talk to you. Yuki Maeda. It's this again. I haven't done anything, but Kisaragi stared at me fiercely. When I saw him talking with Kurokawa, he was normal. It seems like I'm the exception. Why? Hey, take it easy. Why you look so angry? I just want to greet you. You want to say hello? Well, that's right. Please don't be angry all the time. I didn't do anything. It's a little sad to be the target of anger. Yuki Maeda, aren't you a bad person? Huh? Why am I a bad person? Well, it's kind of weird to call yourself good, but I'm not a bad person either. Then are you really a good person? Bad, good, if we pick one, personally I think I'm nice. Good. Oh, a change of heart. Bright as light. More than previously, you say you're not good, you're good? Monokuma said that Kisaragi had a problem on his brain. Although the conversation is difficult to comprehend, it doesn't seem impossible at all. And Kisaragi seemed to have loosened up the boundaries to see if he could at least listen to me. Yeah, if I had done anything wrong, please tell me for sure. Don't be angry for no reason. I'll fix it somehow. You, Yuki Maeda, no fault. That's it. Is it like that? Me misunderstood. Misunderstanding. I heard that Kisaragi was a student who just entered into Host Peak Academy as the ultimate inventor, so you're a classmate. I sent my greetings to you once. Well, they said you had a little problem in your brain, but since you're my friend, tell me if there's anything difficult. If I can help, I help you. And I'd like you to talk to the others too. Although there were more of us who are already gone. Ah, I see. Alright. All good. Understood. Got it. He was angry at first for no reason, so I thought it would be difficult to get close to each other, but it seems to have been a minor misunderstanding. It's still a bit complicated to talk, but... Hikaru says that Kisaragi is the most likely candidate to be the mastermind, but I don't feel that way as a result by talking directly. Is it because of the brain damage, or maybe he's acting like an innocent person? Either way, until Hikaru calls us, we have to keep investigating. For now, I think it should be okay to know more about Kisaragi. Yay! We can spend free time with him. Good, I was looking for someone to spend free time with. Come to think of it, this was originally a wall with nothing in it. And then one day, this became Kisaragi's private room. Well, maybe it was Monokuma's doing. It's not surprising that a new student arrives and you construct enough to make a new room. I'm not surprised anymore. Well then, let's move. Okay. I think I lost all my objects, so I need to go get more... I need to go get more items. Nice. Gifts. Yeah. Be right back. I really don't know what this guy would like. Great. Take off. Wings. Sky is loud. Yuki is approaching me. Oh, it is touching. Okay. Oh, wanna play? Then I'll be your opponent. Is that it? Playing? I'll do it. Somehow had a conversation with Kisaragi who was difficult to understand. I don't know what he would like. He's an inventor, right? Goals? Model, toy, airplane. Oh, a gift for me? I guess it's very nice. It looks very cool and I'm in a good mood. Yo. Oh, okay. Maeda. Maeda, yeah. Strange name. Yuki Maeda. It's not that strange. It's quite ordinary. But more importantly, Kisaragi, I want to ask you something. Ask? Oh, hit me with anything, bro. Kisaragi, where are you from? Monokuma said you're a transfer student, but the school is completely disconnected from the outside world. Do you know about the current situation at all? Monokuma's a terrible criminal. He's kidnapped us and forced us to kill each other. I know. Eh? It feels like we're in an amusement park. I feel like I'm dreaming. My room is really cool, right? Right? What the? Seemed like Kisaragi was serious there for a moment. Was I just imagining things? But Yuji Maeda, you? Yuko? Was it? Huh? Should it be like that? Completely unconventional? Yeah. What? My name is Yuki. More importantly, I have no idea what you're talking about. Calm down and say it slowly. Kuro or Shiro? I wonder if it's... Come to think of it, yes, that girl. I'm curious about the status of that student. An outburst. I have no idea what he's saying, but if I leave the conversation in simple communication like a yes or no might be possible, but it's impossible for anything more. Thinking of Mikako. Wait, do you know Mikako Kurokawa? She seemed to know you. Oh, Mikako. Of course I know. About her? I seem to be. However, remember much? I don't seem to. Okay. What you were saying about Mikako is that you know her but can't remember much? No, that is not it. That's not it? Something more would be different. A problem. Oh. Kisaragi, what is it? Something like rubbing in your head? Stinging, excruciating, violent pain. Oh, physical condition decline. Can it improve? You have a headache, similar to Mikako? Mikako Kurokawa. Does not matter? Don't put words in your mouth. The moment you put it in your mouth, the intensifying pain comes in like a wave. Oh, it hurts. Yamato going to spend time lying down to spend break in bed. So tough talking to this guy. Kisaragi complained about his headache and returned to his room. Kisaragi seems to have some kind of connection to Mikako. He complained about similar headaches. Can't deny that something suspicious about it. So confused. What is going on? It's evening already. Another day goes by like this. It was just yesterday when our spirit was raised up, and it was yesterday when Haruhiko and Satsuki died. It's only been a single day, but it felt like a long time ago. You have to get out of here, my dead friends. Oh, one moment. Hikaru, come to my room a little later once the nighttime announcement goes off. Oh, you're here to call me? Okay. She goes right back without adding anything else. Probably because we're conscious of the camera. There's nothing to lose, at least by following Hikaru's words. Everyone's gathered, Rei-chan. Yeah, I'll say it again and again, but we can't stay for long. So you better open your ears and listen carefully, as I will only talk about what is absolutely necessary and leave swiftly. Didn't you say you found out something when we reported the investigation? If we look at what we couldn't say in the dining room, is it so important that it's dangerous if the mastermind hears that? Did you find out who the mastermind is? No, it's nothing like that. Rei-chan, then why? You seemed to be taken by surprise back then. Jeez, it's a little serious that you guys haven't caught on. Hikaru? Just listen for a moment. There are two things I found out. Of course, I'm not sure of this, it's just my guess anyway, but the chances are high on this. First, do you all remember what I said this morning? What do you mean? A significant amount of time has passed since we entered Host Peak Academy, and we don't remember it. You mean this hypothesis? Ah, I remember. I thought Rei-chan was trying to drive Mikaku-chan away. Of course I had that intention. Before I could explain it properly, Monokuma brought that transfer student and ended abruptly. That we lost our memories. Maybe this isn't a hypothesis. No way. Even so, the fact that all 15 of us had amnesia is such an absurd story, right? Shut up and listen first. I'll explain it methodically. As Hikaru said that, she took a piece of paper out of her pocket. This paper is... It's a summary of the questions I've been asking since we've been here. Nothing special. So far, thoroughly. Yeah, like us. You're very thoughtful. First, it was right after Kinji Uehara's execution ended, when I began to suspect about amnesia. Most likely when Maeda and I last spoke about this topic. Oh, you mean when the 4th floor just opened? I'm sorry, but even up to that time, I thought Hikaru was testing me out again, and I couldn't really believe it. It was around that time, but as more and more fitting clues kept coming out, I changed my mind. Remembering what I talked about with Maeda back then, remember the video Monokuma left us right before Uehara was executed. Horrible video of the children's corpses. Is that the one you're talking? It's not enough to kill a person, and it's not enough to leave them rotten. How much cruel is this Monokuma? Yes, they were decayed. That's where I first got my doubts. Uehara said that after we fainted, he woke up earlier than us and met face to face with Monokuma. At that time, the priest identified the children being held hostage by Monokuma, and even spoke to the kids directly. This was the day of the entrance ceremony. It must have been about 2 weeks before Uehara was executed. I mean, even if the children were killed right after talking to Uehara, if it's only been 2 weeks since they died, then there's a problem. Is it possible for a corpse to rot so fast and turn into a skeleton for only 2 weeks? Huh? A test question? I don't know. I can't think straight. Same goes for me. If you look at it as O and X, is it X? I can't be sure since it was filmed, but if I'm right, the answer becomes impossible. If it wasn't artificially tampered with or in a really specific environment, then naturally, at this time, the things that I have been wondering about, we found a notice in the library that Host Peak Academy was due to be closed, and a group photo of us that Maeda saw in the art room. Connecting these two, it was the first time that I thought of the possibility of amnesia. Unbelievable. Well, then what next? Well, I wasn't sure at that time, so I kept it as a hypothesis. But when I heard Satsuki's last words yesterday, I started thinking about it again. Oh, maybe you mean the picture Haru discovered, mentioned by Satsuki? That's right. This is really speculation, but if we already met before, wouldn't our bodies react first even if we don't remember, like looking at a picture of your lover? You mean, before we lost our memories, Kobayashi Kawakun and Satsuki-chan were lovers? Don't take it seriously because this is all but a guess at this stage. The reason I think this way is because it's almost impossible to give up your life for the sake of someone you just met here, no matter how good or natural their relationship were. Thinking about that picture, Haruhiko's head vaguely recognizes old memories. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm looking down at their spirit or sacrifice between the two. Something's weird. I didn't expect such a romantic comment coming from Hikaru. It's not like that, you idiot. This is something that needs to be scientifically explained. In the case of the momentary amnesia, by showing clues such as the flashbacks of old memory or hypnosis. Okay, I was wrong. Sorry, calm down and explain again, please. Anyway, it was something like that. Another clue was the newspaper article that Maya and Tyro found this morning. You mean the newspaper clippings that was that date in the future? Indeed. It's the future from our point of view. However, if we substitute it from amnesia here, can we still see it in it from the future? Wait, if it's been quite some time since we entered Hope's Peak, if it's been months, not 3 weeks only, the date of the newspaper is usually when the new semester begins. It becomes past. It's a newspaper that's been there for a while. No, but can you look at a newspaper's content recklessly pushing the amnesia theory? Are you saying this absurd thing really happened? Anybody can tell it's a manipulation. I'd rather give more credit for this impossible thing, though. Yeah? How? Think about it. Is there anything that has not happened since we gathered here? At the beginning, our situation itself became dangerous from the get-go. I can't object to it. And was it the biggest and most desperate event in human history? I've read the article slowly, and it's no exaggerating to say that the world has been destroyed. The world has been destroyed? Impossible. No, it's not way over the end of the world. I think it's at least enough to cause the collapse of the human society itself. But there's no difference. No, even if I think carefully, it's beyond the realm of speculation. This is a joke. The world coming to an end? That literally can't happen. You brainless fool. That's just your own opinion. The world we live in isn't as perfect as we might think. No one knows when it will suddenly collapse for certainty. In the end, the Earth has already experienced hundreds of crises that could lead to a nuclear war. The fact that society is being maintained like this is fortunate enough to surpass first place in the lottery. Even so, if that's true, the real world is doomed, then I don't see a reason to leave this school anymore. How are we supposed to live on when you tell me the world's just gone? Teria. Don't be so discouraged. As I keep saying, this is all but a guess at this point, but also one with a very high probability. The biggest and most desperate event in human history. Actually, we may already know what is supposed to be the aftermath of this. What are you talking about? The motive Monokuma showed us before Maki died. I don't know if each of you have seen it, but if the article of this newspaper is true, wouldn't it also explain the video? It can't be. If that video is really true, then my family's already... Actually, Hatano and Higa's words just added more credibility. The FIFA headquarters was attacked, the land being destroyed so much that it was impossible to run anymore. Wouldn't this match what this article says? To sum it all up, after entering Hell's Peak Academy and spending a normal school life, meanwhile the biggest and most desperate event in human history occurred. Somehow we survived with our memories removed by someone, and then we suspected each other in a place we didn't even recognize. That is what happened. Such a thing... I can't believe it. But after listening to Rei-chan, I wonder if it's alright to say that everything was true. Then, the article that said that Hope's Peak Academy was the epicenter of the incident. We, who are students of this academy, have nothing to do with it at all. But then why? Why us? Why are we the only ones in Hope's Peak Academy? What happened to the other students? Are we really the only ones alive like this? Don't get angry with me, you fool. Because this isn't confirmed yet. Well, I don't know the details, but I can think of one reason why we are in this predicament. Was the 15 of us? No. Isn't it because of the mastermind is among the 16? So that's the idea. Are you still doubting Mikako-chan and Kisaragi-kun? No, I don't know about that. Huh? Then what other option is there? In the morning, you were suspicious of Kurokawa and Kisaragi. If it's not that, then other than those two, then who the heck is it? Don't make a fuss and listen first. This is not yet certain, let alone conjecture. This is just my own imagination. We just said that our memories have been erased, right? But what if the mastermind is in the same state? What do you mean, Makaru? Are you saying the mastermind erased their own memory? Only if. It's just one possibility, but if that really were to be true, then it won't matter who the mastermind is. It could be anyone. It could be Maeda, it could be Taira, it could be Otori, or maybe it's me who's saying this. I don't want to approach this line of thinking, but it's not good to lie in a partnership, so I'll be honest with you. I'm afraid. If this hypothesis were to be true, and if I was mastermind, the more I dig, the more I'll deny my existence. The more I'll deny their existence. Mikaro, for the first time we met, trembled slightly and showed her own weakness. Self-denial of her own existence. It would be a self-destruction for Mikaro, who values perfection the most. Rei-chan. I'm sorry. Said that I could come along if I were to catch the mastermind, but it's only ended up like this. After the hypothesis of the amnesia, I came up with this theory while thinking about the mastermind. Since then, I've gotten a terrible chill in my spine and became mentally exhausted. His appearance doesn't fit me at all, not to me, so forget about that for now. Mikaro, you must be a human too. I'd be afraid of myself too if I had that feeling. Stupid. I just paused for a moment till I tell you to forget about it. Our goals still don't change, so I know. Mikaro shouted in embarrassment. It took just a moment to catch her breath and looked down at the paper and spoke again. It's just one of numerous cases. I think it's unlikely, so let's put this issue aside for now. Wait, you've been suspicious of Kurokawa and Kusuragi all this time, so why did you think suddenly about this? To be honest, it was simply by process of elimination that made me doubt them. I felt like there was something unconventional about the two of them being the mastermind. What if that was unpretentious appearance is not the acting of the mastermind? What if you really don't know that you are the mastermind? What if you don't know your true self? If that's the case, then you don't even realize that we could be the mastermind. If that's true, it's possible to know the mastermind's true nature. Yes, but it's unlikely to do that. If you erase your own memory in the first place, even as your mastermind, it will be impossible to do any follow-up. There will be no plan or anything at all. They would all have it only in one chance. If the mastermind is someone who's good at acting, then even those with their unpretentious appearances could be acting as well. They would be considered a huge smokescreen for all we know. Hey, if that's the case, wouldn't it be more realistic to conclude that there's no mastermind among us? Kurokawa is suspicious and we suspect them because of Kisaragi's existence. Conversely, there's no guarantee that the mastermind is always among us. If we were all victims and unidentified third parties the mastermind, then Mikaru's doubts would be resolved. If in the beginning the mastermind was the cause of the biggest and most desperate event in human history, it would mean that one of us committed such a world-class terrorism. Well, I honestly agree with that. It doesn't make sense for one high school student to change the world. But if I were to put your words backwards, there's no guarantee that the mastermind in our situation will be the same person as the mastermind who caused this human history. Right, but that's... Still, I agree with Maeda-kun. It is hard to believe that there's a mastermind among us no matter what we faced. And there's the issue of controlling Monokuma too. Just as Maeda said, there's no guarantee. Fine, but I'm just thinking of every possible outcome. Always try to think that there's mastermind mixed with us. To be honest, everything we've said so far is so vague that it doesn't feel real at all, but... Right, even if it's true in theory, artificially erasing the memories of all of us, such a thing is practically impossible. Not entirely unreasonable when you think about the Kisaragi Foundation's scientific power. Eh? What is it? Didn't I say that I found out two things? One thing was about the amnesia we just spoke, and the other one is information about the Kisaragi Foundation. A little while ago you said something about the scientific power of the Kisaragi Foundation. I literally said it, right? It is no exaggeration to say that the Kisaragi Foundation is already half a century ahead of the cutting-edge science. There are rumors that they're actually providing manpower to the US side, although they're not from a reliable source. The Kisaragi Foundation can manipulate a human's memories? It wouldn't be impossible. It's one of the reasons why I initially thought that the mastermind was among us. Is there really a need for someone to control Monokuma? Because so far it has moved on its own. What? Monokuma did? Naturally, it's not a dream to create a Monokuma-type or artificial intelligence robot from the skills of the Kisaragi Foundation. The humanoid theory has already been completed. That's incredible, but Mikaro, you didn't treat Monokuma as an artificial intelligence when they were back here then. At the time, I didn't know that the Kisaragi Foundation was deeply involved. But this hypothesis is also absurd, because that level of AI has already reached the level of human beings. The Kisaragi Foundation... What is it? Why is the Kisaragi Foundation involved in Coast Academy? Certainly that is the important question, and the Kisaragi Foundation's mark was on the 5th floor's production room, and in the ballroom. About that, listen carefully to what I have to say from now on, because it will be very shocking. Why did you lower your voice? It's about what I found about the Kisaragi Foundation. That is... Huh? What are you guys doing in Makaru's room? Monokuma, seriously, stop appearing out of nowhere. What do you mean, out of nowhere? More than that, I can't see the surveillance camera again. What's wrong with this? Wasn't it always like that? Leave it. Did Monokuma catch a strange thing not once but twice now? Hey, it's nighttime already and you don't even sleep in Makaru's room. You guys, I won't hesitate. What? You haven't done anything bad. Isn't it just a strange thing that there's 2 males and 2 females? What? Hey, fuck off. Yeah, it was a joke. Seriously, the surveillance camera doesn't seem to work, so I'm just here to check it out. Why are you checking with us that your management's poor? What do you know about surveillance cameras? We're not even gonna sleep. We're just gathering to chat here, so hurry up and get out. Is it really poor management always? In my vivid mind, I think that you must have done something to the camera. You know, right? If that is true, you're guilty of damaging the What? Monokuma? Monokuma was usually using a usually strange way to speak. It became slightly different mood than usual, and then suddenly stopped as if it died. What? Stop speaking! Monokuma? What are you doing? Hey, hold on. This is somehow similar to back then. When Uehara's execution was over, Mikako Kurokawa went down the secret stairs saying that Monokuma stopped. Huh? Does that mean the school's still closed? What's wrong with it? It's not even a computer before crashing. Ha ha ha. It might be something like that. Oh, it's back. Whoa, what? My body's movements are getting dull. Oh no. It's not the movement that's dull. It can't be. This is not at all. Move. My body doesn't move. 11 seconds has passed. It seems there's enough time to move. Not. What are you doing, Monokuma? Oi, the system is a little bit... The camera isn't the problem now. I'll do a quick checkup now. It's gone. What was that? Leave it alone, because we can't afford to worry about Monokuma. Also, I'd rather call it off for today. But we haven't heard of the second fact that Ray-chan found yet. I'll tell you about that tomorrow. As you may have seen before, Monokuma is slowly starting to notice the anomalies in this room. I'll come up with other measures soon, so go back for now. Let's do as Makaru suggests, guys. It's already late anyway, so we'll have to go to bed early for tomorrow. Honestly, I don't think I'll be able to sleep much because of the story about my current memory loss. Well, I'll be going now. Go, get to bed and sleep to switch yourself now. Right, but why a teddy bear? Stop worrying and go to sleep already. And then we decided to go to bed at Makaru's proposal. Let's go back to my room. I lie in my bed, but I can't sleep at all. If Makaru's story is true, all of us, we already have spent time in Old's Peak. We lost our memories. We ended up killing each other, our own friends who used to go to school together. That can't be. We were all amnesiacs. Makaru said it was a guess, an unlikely story. Let's convince myself and try to fall asleep. So, we seem to know a lot more than we did in the first game. At chapter 5. Because, like, all of this information we knew, like, at the last class trial, but here it seems like we know a lot more, so there's probably another type of twist at the end. We'll see what it is. So, what are you gonna do next? Hey, To think you've been against all your classmates that way, it's pretty desperate, isn't it? Then I'll leave you with what I've been thinking about before. The details are over. It's annoying. Do not worry, I'll be watching. Even if I said that, I can't say for sure because it's not important right now. By the way, do you know? As long as you keep deciding, the more you'll end up dead. Huh? Do you want me to worry about you? Even your existence won't interfere with the plan, so get rid of the useless flattery. So what do you think? Are you in despair now? No fun, guy. Whatever. From now on, you'll be the king over there. Do a good job. I don't know who that was. Ugh. Is it morning? Oh, my head. Headache. Slept the wrong way. I think I had a strange dream, but can't remember properly because of the headache. Maybe it was a memory. Just in time for the morning announcement. I should go have breakfast with the others. Oh, Kisaragi's here. Breakfast time as usual. There were only 4 of us with even Mikaru, but with that aside, it was quieter than usual. It goes without saying, even if we try to have a conversation to find something to fight with the mastermind, we'll expose it to them due to the surveillance camera. Besides that, everyone seemed to have a lot to think about last night because of Mikaru's conclusion. Most crucially, it's because of the current dining room had a mix of a disparate character in front in addition to the 4 of us. Oh, this is a lot, this food. It is. Did you make all of this? Intermediate taste of the new world and an old world. But the woman dancing the tango of the Iberian Peninsula is familiar. Why is this crazy guy with me? The taste of the food is getting worse. I'll stop eating. Mikaru, no matter how hush you are, you can't. What's wrong? If I don't tell you what I think of him, you already know. Well, Mikaru already suspected Kisaragi more than anyone of being the mastermind. Hey, but have we spoke to him? He's been only saying meaningless stuff for no reason. I tried talking to him yesterday, but I didn't understand anything he was saying. It's just as Monokuma said. I think there's something wrong with his head. But even putting that aside, I don't think Kisaragi-kun is so arrogant. It's not about being good or bad. Don't you know what I want to say? Do I really need to say it openly right here, right now? Mikaru, lower your voice, you can hear it all. Whether they listen or not, he's disabled anyway, so what do I care? Mikaru, you've been rather fierce this morning. Kago-chan, are you out of your mind? Are you okay? You're pouring up blood in your face all over. Alright. Yesterday, Kurokawa came to her senses for a brief moment. Except for me and Kisaragi, nobody knows. I forgot about it. I'm okay. It's all well and good, but why are you here? Do you still think you're in a cooperative relative with us? You're obviously hiding something. Unless you tell the truth, you won't be in the clear. Sorry, I'll just eat. And I'll get out. No, wait a minute. There's no need to push it this far. Mikako-chan, it's okay, so... There are certain facts that only she knows. Those might be decisive keys to change this frustrating situation. And just want to move on like this. Mikaru. I'm sorry, but I also agree with Mikaru's opinion. If you're hiding something, the honest thing to do would be to say it, so why can't you say it? It's okay. You don't have to fight for me. Everyone must do what you've always done. Yama. Mikako-chan? I can't take this any longer. Even at this moment, you're saying that you're gonna keep your mouth shut and stay away from us, while casting suspicion all over the place. Stop playing around. You're treating us like fools. I'm kinda surprised from what Kaoru to suddenly do an outburst like that. Another headache? What's the deal with those? What is your relationship with the Kisaragi Foundation? How did you know that if Monokuma stopped, this facility would shut down? Sorry, I can't answer. Why can't you answer? Can't answer. Are you kidding me? Then you're putting us all aside and saying that you're the mastermind, and you can really do that? Huh? Mikaru, calm down. Why are you suddenly getting so heated up? Kurokawa, I know this is painful, but I'll have to ask you. If you know something, tell us, please. I can't. Is that because Kurokawa doesn't want to talk? Or is it because you really don't know anything? It's not that. Then why? I'm not asking you to tell me what you know. I'm asking why can't you tell us? Don't come near me. Hey, Mikako Kurokawa, why are you running away? Hikaru, what did things turn out like this all of a sudden? It's the first time I've ever seen Kurokawa act like that. And Hikaru too. What's going on? You have to follow them first. Jesus Christ. Hikaru! She went into her room. Rei-chan, why are you so angry? Nothing will change if you was getting mad at Mikako-chan. Rei-chan would be aware of this. Of course I know. And I also know that this isn't like me, but I'm more curious of you guys who can be so calm in a situation like right now. What are you trying to say? I'll call you later at night. Until then, do some investigation, will you? Rei-chan. Since when has Mikaro become so emotional? This day is getting to become the weirdest of all. It's a story we didn't hear last night. Is that it? Mikaro knows the story, and we don't know. Does this make us different? Are you saying it's serious enough for Rei-chan to be so mad like that? I don't know. We have no way of knowing. But this makes me feel uneasy for some reason. Mikaro, who showed an emotional behavior, telling us to follow her. When I looked at her in the eyes, she seemed to be shaking a little. Let's focus on what we can do now. It's important to stay positive in mind. Yes, we go hang out with this guy again. Right, take off. Wings. The same thing. Okay. I don't know. Would he like goggles? I think he likes it. Okay. Yuki, was it? Here, this building has obviously had some drastic changes to be this new and shiny. Hey, Kisaragi, I'm sorry to ruin your mood, but I want to ask you a few more questions. Is that okay? Questions again? There's always so many. How many times will you keep asking them? I'm sorry, but I have to. There's a diary in the hidden room in the library. Did you write it? There was a diary in the back of the library? It's been a while since we came here. We're safe for the moment, but we can't get out. That's what it said. Do you remember? That note, diary. That I know what I wrote. Kisaragi? I shouldn't be related. And the more I delve into the info, the more my curiosity increases to know the truth. But I can't go back. What are you trying to say? I now am very lucky. Surprisingly, they survived, our friends. Are we able to do this much? But is this? No, I can't tear it down. Not much time left before. I have to go do something somehow. Should I suppress it? Curiosity is endless. What to do? I don't know what to do. I'll be ruined that it is despair. Everything I did was in vain. Take it easy. If you don't know, you don't have to force an answer. I'm only asking. Yuki Maeda, you and the rest of them? Believing in friends is good. So I'll believe. What is it? But you know, I could not let... I saw it for a moment. Mikako. It hurts. Is that trust? That's why I believe deeply in my heart and why... No, not yet. Kisaragi, why are you so flustered? Just try to calm down. Well, is there something else? However, I must ask you something. Do you all suspect me? It's very difficult to say for the others. Rei suspects Yamato from the diary. Just from that itself, she suspects him as the mastermind. I didn't hear an answer, but there was a reaction. Yamato, I can't understand you, but I don't think we have much time, so I'll say bluntly. We suspect you as the mastermind. We show up late and we found information about something called the Kisaragi Foundation in the school. I don't want to believe it, Yamato. I don't want to think you're the mastermind. Yamato, just calm down and tell me the truth, please. Mastermind? Monokuma? Yes, that's Monokuma. It's not me. You should think about it, yes? This is a trap. It's not right. But if I try and give my side, it would be difficult for them to believe me. That's probably... That person said they'd get in the way. I don't know what you're going through, but you're suffering, Kisaragi, so I won't ask anymore. Kisaragi's brain seems damaged. Has he been like this since he was born? But what about that photo we found? How did a guy like this become the third leader of the Kisaragi Foundation? Monokuma probably put Yamato here to mess with us. I don't think there's any more information I can get from talking to Kisaragi. It would be just a waste. Yuki is my friend. It would have been nicer if he looked like this much earlier. However, it would have been nice if he was always like this. Huh? Everyone is fine. There's still hope. Yamato stopped talking and went back to his room. Yamato, he really is a mysterious guy. But he's not a bad guy or anything. I think he's just like us. Brain damage. I feel like Monokuma set it up for some reason. He tries to explain something to me, but it always ends up being nonsensical. Even so, it hasn't been long since I met him, but he called me his friend. Somehow it doesn't feel weird, Yamato's voice calling me a friend. Oh, hello. Let's keep hanging out with him, I guess. I really don't think he's gonna survive this chapter. We'll see. Let's just get on the airplane again. Yuki, do you have more questions? But you should know it's impossible for me to answer no matter how much you ask. Calm down, Yamato. I don't have any questions for you this time. Oh, that's great. That way you'll be pure when you don't know anything, so I'll hang out with you, Yuki. Well, you're kinda in the gray area, but I'm sure if you talk to the others, they'll suspect you less. They'll realize you're a good boy. Yuki, until now you've just been thinking about me and my condition, haven't you? That makes me happy. What? Yamato. So, I really hope you don't change how you are right now. That tone, you've been acting pretty normal. Ah, finally this headache is alleviated. I heard there's a game room on the 3rd floor. Casino. We should play for a bit. Come on, Yuki. Yamato. It was only for a short while, but what? But Yamato talked quite normally, and soon after he went back to behaving strangely again. Was I just imagining things? Still, I'm sure Yamato isn't a bad guy. In some nostalgic way, I see him as a friend. I think that Yamato feels the same way. Ooh, okay, are we done? Although it was difficult to understand what he was saying, it was still fun playing darts with Yamato. Nice. Okay. Cool. Just like yesterday when it was nighttime, Makaru called us together. You get it now? I said it many times now, but we can't stay long. It'll probably be shorter than yesterday because Monokuma is starting to notice the existence of this room more and more each time. No, maybe this will be the last time we're meeting in this room. Eh? Eh? Well, what do we do then, in the future? From now on, maybe, there's nothing else to talk about anymore. What? It's nothing. If it's a matter of the room, don't worry. I'll try to make a new jamming suitable device in its place. Okay, more importantly right now, is this about the second piece of information when Makaru was cut off yesterday? That's right. What was it that Rei-chan was so worried about? I felt uncomfortable in that moment. It was like the line of the self-esteem hit the sky limit. I thought Akane was gonna say, "Aren't you worried?" I thought she was gonna say it aloud, but unexpectedly Makaru just quietly drew her breath. Listen carefully. I remember what you found about the Kisaragi Foundation, right? That same building is the place we're stuck right now. That same building? We aren't in Hope's Peak Academy. No. What? This is not Hope's Peak Academy. What? Huh? Are you kidding me? This isn't Hope's Peak Academy. Isn't it the fact that we've each entered this building was Hope's Peak Academy originally? That's true. Ray-chan said that too. We found a guidebook from Hope's Peak and the structure of the building was the same too. No, at the time I only knew this, but that wasn't it. What in the world do you mean, Makaru? Why do you think that? What's this? Paper? The Hope's Peak Academy brochure found on the 5th floor. This is the structure of the 2nd and 5th floors. What? As Makaru says, it was a brochure that showed the structure of the Hope's Peak Academy. It seemed to be the rest of this 1st floor schematic that Makaru discovered on the first day we were here. As you guys said, the 1st floor of the building is identical to the one I found earlier, so I had my doubts that this was Hope's Peak Academy. But that was my mistake. If you take a good look at that brochure, Hope's Peak Academy brochure, just by looking at the 1st chapter, the structure diagram of the 2nd floor, we were able to understand the meaning of Makaru's words. What? The classrooms and library. And the pool? There was no pool, right? Not only that, there's no power room in this document either. Looking back, the anxiety was slowly rising. I looked at the structural diagrams of the 3rd floor and 5th floors in turn. Now you understand that this place is not Hope's Peak Academy. Oh, I was just thinking that they just switched it up a bit. Since I was like, wait, this layout isn't exactly the same as Hope's Peak. I just thought they changed it for the game. But, okay, so it was on purpose. I get it. Unbelievable. According to the Hope's Peak brochure, the structure is as follows. On the 2nd floor, there are classrooms, a library, and a swimming pool. The swimming pool is equipped with changing rooms and fitness equipment. On the 3rd floor, there are classrooms, a lounge, and art room, and a physics preparation room. The lounge is equipped with entertainment such as mini billiards and darts. The 4th floor, there are classrooms, faculty offices, headmaster's office, information processing room, music room, and a chemistry lab. On the 5th floor, there are classrooms, a biology room, a natural farm, and an archery dojo. There are similar facilities, but most of them are different. Even if the 5th floor is a completely different facility. Then this isn't really Hope's Peak Academy? No, I'm not sure with only just this alone, because surveillance cameras were turned into a machine gun. Isn't it there a possibility that the mastermind transformed the entire school? Of course, this isn't the only thing. Did you really expect I'll be easy on you? The brochure merely gave the final blow to the things that have already been questioned. The things left as questions? There are quite a few. Where to begin? Yes, the first question I had when the 2nd floor was first opened. I was with Maida back then, so you'd remember what Monokuma said in the power room. Power room? You mean that Hope's Peak Academy can't get energy from the outside? Correct. Isn't that strange? The Hope's Peak that's located in the middle of Tokyo, for some reason cannot receive energy from the outside any longer. Even if we assume that the outside world is a mess due to the worst and most desperate event in human history, wouldn't there be enough safety devices such as minimum reserve power? But nevertheless, Monokuma said it was impossible. From this point on, I began to feel a little uneasy about this. Also, looking at the library and school's office, there were no books that could be found in normal schools. It's all just papers and dictionaries. Kinjo also mentioned that. When the 4th floor opened and examined the office, it was the same when Uehara found Maki's cell phone, and it was out of range. It's strange considering the location of Hope's Peak Academy. No way. The biggest question is still the appearance of the 5th floor. There are classrooms up to the 4th floor, but the 5th floor is billions of light years away from the school. You've seen it all, haven't you? Crucially, the structure of the 5th floor is very similar to the power room on the 2nd floor. Don't you think it's right to see that the original 5th floor was renovated for the school, on the contrary to the school itself was renovated? Then really, this isn't really Hope's Peak Academy? I can't say with 100% certainty, but there is a high probability. We were kidnapped from Hope's Peak Academy and mistakenly thought this building, which had a similar appearance to Hope's Peak. If it's not Hope's Peak Academy, where are we then? Where do you think we are? A mark that we've seen countless of times in this building up until now. Now where would you have the technology to renovate a building of this magnitude? You don't mean the Kisaragi Foundation? The Kisaragi Foundation, or a building owned by the Foundation, is highly probable. The other mastermind that imprisoned us is a member of the Kisaragi Foundation too? Then, how about Kisaragi? That person is the mastermind? I don't know. Considering the hypothesis of the memory loss, everything becomes a mess, whether they are an ultimate student or whatever. Even if you are a god, it becomes impossible to find out the truth. Besides, the fact that there is no energy supply and there's no signal areas outside, it means there's a high possibility that it's a place far away from the city. With the current notion, I have no clue. The more I found out, the more desperate I got. Maybe it's best if we just get out of here. Maybe we can survive. Why are you doing this, Bikaru? What? Is that the extent of your ability? You said you were confident that you would cooperate, but now you're just trying to give up on this despair? Don't be ridiculous, Maeda. I didn't even say a word about giving up. I'm not so sure about that. Being so discouraged is already halfway thinking like that. We were so angry this morning, so I was worried you might be getting pressured. Is this 100% the Bikaru who was always shouted at us, hanging her shoulders and drooping all over the floor, the real deal? Have you finished talking? Ha, Yuki Maeda? You two, what's wrong? Stop it. Why are you trying to fight? The situation is different now than when I shouted. You're just leaning on me now. And when you get nervous, you pass the responsibility on to me. And now you're only seeing me whining? That's wrong. Even though I was surprised by the current facts, I haven't given up. And I have no intentions of giving up. I haven't despaired yet. You're so scared to be so angry, aren't you? If you don't know a thing, shut the hell up, Maeda. I'm saying this with all the more reason because I've faced the situation. Now, even after hearing the despairing facts, I think that it's a courageous act to say nothing is wrong, but that itself is reckless and stupid, not courageous, you stupid beggar. Realistically speaking, it is no different than committing suicide to just bump into each other like a fool, knowing that there's no more information, that there's no more answers to the situation we're facing right now. Or what else? Are you saying that you found out the mastermind and found a trump card to overcome this? No, I don't know anything, but I'm also not reckless. I don't mean to give up. Nothing will change if you get discouraged just because you don't have an answer. Before Kisaragi showed up, where did Bikaru go? You can't catch the mastermind with such despair in you. After this far, did you hear what I said up until now? These are the two things I found out after putting together all the information I've found up to this moment. In other words, putting all the clues together, all we found is that we may be amnesiac, and that this isn't Hope's Academy. This is it. It's all over. There are no more clues. All up to the 5th floor, which is the last floor, has already been opened. And in order for the locked ones to be unlocked, someone has to go and clear a class trial. But since I promised to get out of here with you guys, no more murder should happen. Or what? Do you want a murder to happen? That's not what I mean. The only hope Mikako Kurokawa doesn't tell us anything. Aren't you angry when you guys say let's work together when you have to figure it out, even if we need to rush through? If you want to say something to me, do it after you figure out something to fix the situation yourself. Don't speak nonsense in your mouth without knowing anything, you stupid fool. What? You guys are fighting now? Monokuma. Great, he has to come anyways. I don't have anything more to say now, so you all get out. Don't even come into my room anymore. Rei-chan. Hey, sorry if this is a bad moment. The surveillance camera, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's a malfunction. What the hell do I care, you fucking bear get out of my room. Scary. Mikaro, I'll just say this. Hope is not to find it, but to create it. Don't forget. Mikaru kicked us all out and locked her door. Looking at her attitude, I think she's gonna distance herself from us again from tomorrow. We won't be able to enter Mikaru's room anymore. Did we say something wrong? I fully understand Mikaru's words and feelings. As Mikaru said, even if we summarize all the information we have obtained since then, the conclusions come out. Of course, those two conclusions are neither a clue to escape nor a clue to the mastermind. Rather, it was a fact that made us more confused in our minds. But is it fine to just be angry and discouraged by that? Of course, Mikaru is also a human. I understand that. She could get angry or nervous, but I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. It's nighttime, so let's go to sleep. I think I'll think much better afterwards. Amnesia. The Kisaragi Foundation. This isn't Most Peak Academy? Confused information and Mikaru's angry face kept glimmering around her eyes. Her feelings grew so intense that we had a serious fight with Mikaru. Akane and Teruya couldn't properly say whether Mikaru's hypothesis was correct or not. It was too shocking. Kinjo still doesn't show any signs of waking up either. Damn it, for this. Satsuki didn't save him just to be like this. I forcibly calmed my unsettled heart and tried to fall asleep. In the blink of an eye, it's morning already. I was really upset last night. I should go eat first. Breakfast time. People in the dining hall are Akane, Teruya, and Kisaragi and me. Only the four of us. Mikaru didn't come as expected. Rei-chan was here. A little before Maeda-kun came here. Really? Yeah, as soon as I arrived, she just took the food out of the kitchen and left. I called her, but she left us without looking back, telling us to investigate on our own. She must have been very upset about yesterday. But I still don't think it's Maeda-kun's fault. I can't determine whose it was, but I really don't think it was anyone's fault. But if Mikaru goes away from us again, it's gonna be hard to be together. Can we really do this by ourselves? Sorry, Teruya. It's because of me. I'm not blaming you, Yuki. I thought yesterday Mikaru was a little strange too. What should we do from now on? I'm asking because I'm worried about this. Rei-chan is obviously nervous. He's never gotten closer to her this much, like I can tell. She has a great sense of responsibility. Even when she was acting alone, he's done more through investigation than anyone else to escape from here. She even promised to live together and escape with us. In the end, all the information that we worked so hard to find was useless, because it was even more desperate information. Mikaru felt a sense of being responsible. I shouted so loudly at her without knowing Mikaru's feelings like that. Seriously, Maeda-kun, why are you blaming yourself again? As I said over and over, Maeda-kun's not wrong. Thanks, but even if no one's at fault, there's still responsibility to take. Mikaru has left us again. It's okay. Even if Mikaru continued to help in this current situation, there wouldn't be much to do anyway. In the end, we were back to square one. I guess some things aren't going so well. Monokuma, don't just jump out of the seat next to me. What are you here for? Well, a few days ago, I thought you were gonna come up with a powerful return. It seems it was just an image back in that court. That's just pointless meddling. Disappear already. Hey, don't be like that so much. It's not bad to eat with someone else, you know. Recently, I don't know what you've been doing on Mikaru's room lately. The surveillance camera hasn't caused any abnormalities since yesterday, and I'm gonna go over it in more detail, especially since I'm suspecting some things. Well, it doesn't really matter if you find something out of a broken camera. I don't have to worry about a thing looking at the mood you guys have right now. I get it. The method of trying to separate us like that has already become unsatisfying a long time ago, right? Alright? The taste of the food has become lacking, so why don't you get out of it if you have nothing else to do? A deep kick. I didn't come here for nothing. I don't have anything to do with you guys, but I'm just here to check on Kisaragi-kun's condition. Kisaragi? Kisaragi-kun, how's your body? No problem, the food melts. Due to the winding taste of the esophagus, my honey guess was swallowed. A pleasant feeling. Looking good. How's your mood? I thought you'd be pretty nervous. What do I think? I wonder if I'll be okay. The last thing to Alfred said, that kid. Hey, how confident can you be? It's questionable whether things that'll change anything. Even if it's only one, you have a secret trick, Kisaragi-kun. That's interesting. I come and see. Anytime. But it wins the game without defeat. Good, good. Your role as the transfer student couldn't be more appropriate. Well then, let's see what happens next. What was that? Now he's gone. Well, I don't even know what Kisaragi is saying. In my eyes, it looked like Monokuma and Kisaragi were checking each other. Is it bad between them? If Kisaragi is the mastermind, shouldn't he be in good terms with Monokuma? I don't know. We probably won't be able to know what, no matter how many hours we think about it. It's better not to pay attention to them. There's no Mikaru. Kurokawa's avoiding us, and Kinjo still fainted. It's just the three of us, but I don't think we should give up just yet. Let's continue investigating in school as we always done. Hope it's something we create with our own hands. Yeah, I agree. Maeda-kun is cheering us, so I'll do my best. I don't know if I can do it, but I'll try. If I find something, I'll let you guys know. Mikaru distanced herself from us, but the investigation will still continue. We can never give up for our friends who have died so far. Don't give up until you can't muster any more power. Well, we've already finished with Kisaragi, so... Since my progress hasn't carried over from chapter 4 and before, I can't even hang out with Kinjo, he's still in a coma. Gosh. I just take this guy's underwear. Damn, boxers. I searched the fifth floor carefully, but there are no more clues in it. One locked door and the record room that opens only when you enter a password. If we can get in there, maybe we'll find something new. What? Did I just now heard the door was closing from the ballroom? I'll have to check. Oh, he's awake. Eh? Kinjo. Kinjo, wait a minute, you're awake? What? He ignored me and left. Didn't he hear me? Kinjo just went out of the ballroom. When did he wake up? Rather, why go to the ballroom? No, you would need to look out for your body first. He's been lying in bed for almost 3 days. First, rather than pushing too hard, let's watch the situation for a moment. If I get a chance later at night, I'll tell the others about it. Where is he? I want to hang out with him. I guess I'll do a Tori. Teruya, what's wrong? How long are we going to be trapped in here? Hey, calm down. I know how you feel, but crying doesn't change anything. It does. Something changed for sure. And that something would be my papa will be coming. You see, Papa always came to the rescue whenever I had problems since my childhood. He's still keeping old Tori Mart going like a charm. He's my Superman. But he's not in the school. Papa, come save me. I said calm down. Papa and I have never been apart for this long. Pops taught me everything I knew as a merchant. He's my mentor and goal for life. Papa, it's sad that he's not here, but I'll have to get up on my own. Yeah, that's the spirit. Of course I'm gonna succeed in Papa and run the biggest business in the world. Nothing can mess with me around with Motori Mart's future CEO. There's no time to waste. Gotta go find some clues now. Surya went dashing across the hallway with a loud cry. He depends a lot on his father and tends to cry often, but he recovers fast and well as well. I guess I should try helping him out when I can. It's already close to nighttime. I want to sleep already. Nothing new was found today, but let's not be discouraged. The most important thing is to not give up. We'll surely find something tomorrow. Oh, now that I think about it, I have to tell everyone that Kinjo's awake. I forgot. It's best to talk when we all get together. At tomorrow's breakfast, probably at best. If I go a little earlier, I'll get to meet Makaru. By the way, huh? What? There's a piece of paper on the floor. As soon as you see this, please meet me at the gym with everyone. What? Tsurugi? Kinjo? At some point a note like this. One minute. Hey, have you received the letter from Kinjo? Huh? Makaru too? I just came into my room and checked it out. That bastard. What the hell is he thinking? About that, I was originally gonna say it at breakfast tomorrow, but I actually saw Kinjo coming out of the ballroom earlier. It seems he's been awake for a while. What? The ballroom? Why did he go there again? He asked me about the current situation. Eh? Did you know that Kinjo woke up? Did you talk to him? I was surprised too. He woke up suddenly without any warning and asked me to tell him what happened after he passed out with his dying eyes. I only told briefly the circumstances. Is he okay? Calling us out at such a late hour, what do you think? If he sent you guys a letter, Makaru. The other guys. Maida, are you certain you saw him coming out of the ballroom? Huh? Yeah. I called him out, but I don't think he noticed me. Let's go to the gym. Only bring Terry and Kane. Maybe he's thinking nonsense, that guy. What? Do as I say. It's not a matter of rushing or sleeping right now. Go to Akane. I'll get Teruya. Maida, what about Tyra? I don't know. She wasn't in her room, was she? Are you guys getting along all of a sudden? I thought you were gonna cut off. This is noisy, so I don't have time to explain in detail right now. Let's find Tyra later and continue alone. We have to hurry. Oh, okay. Huh? What are you guys doing together there? Akane, where have you been? I've been investigating the 5th floor since this morning. Because I was determined today and I decided to keep investigating except when I went to eat. In the end there wasn't much to search, but still, I'm sorry. That's fine, just follow me quickly. Huh? Suddenly to where? It looks like the crazy crop is broken up. Hurry up. At Makaru's decision, Akane and Teruya joined. We decided to go to the gym. Because Makaru is in such a hurry, I started to get anxious for no reason. What are you trying to do, Kinjo? Kinjo! Maida, you're here. And the others too. Kinjo-kun, calling us at such a late hour. Moreover, I thought you just woke, so what? Your face. It's all dark. What happened? Kinjo, what is that you're holding right now? What else? It's a gun. Gun? Maida said that he saw you coming out of the ballroom. In fact, you went to the arsenal, didn't you? Arsenal? Was the ballroom still open? I needed this. All of you. It's more of a decision, together with Makaru. It was something I could not have imagined until not long ago when I was completely broken. Everyone, you've gotten stronger. Unlike me. What are you talking about, Kinjo? You're strong. Strongest among us. It's you, Kinjo. No, I'm weak. A weak piece of scum. Kinjo-kun, why are you doing this? Since you were in the ballroom, you've been weird. Your mind is broken, huh? Makaru? The ideology he has been observing and adhering to all his life. Death can only be as the same as death. A criminal is only a criminal, no matter the story, no matter the circumstance, no matter what, and there is no compromise. For this guy, Satsuki and Haruhiko must have been quite a shock, because they killed themselves in order to save others. Meaning, The beliefs he had believed in were destroyed by Haru Satsuki, and his mind was also destroyed? That's right. To be honest, even I was surprised by their willpower of sacrifice. Anyways, you just restored your consciousness. Are you trying to kill us with a gun now? Are you that crazy and trying to give up now? What? Again? Kinjo. Kinjo, do you want to do the same thing you did at the ballroom again? Am I wrong? Tsurugi Kinjo, don't shut up now and say something. It is as Mikaru said, but only 25% was correct. What? It is as you said. Satsuki and Haruhiko's actions were incomprehensible. Even more, since Kinji Uehara's execution, I've been constantly reflecting on my own thoughts. Actually, I was feeling it vaguely. It's like my thinking was strange. I was just trying to rationalize myself by using the false excuse of protecting everyone. As a result, many people have died because of my garbage thoughts all this time. The others who I was able to protect were also put to death. So, what do you want to say? Even if you realize your mistake now, will the dead people come back? Mikaru, don't keep irritating Kinjo. The one who's suffering the most right now is Kinjo. No, there's something wrong with Mikaru's words. I am responsible for what I've done. Until now, and that responsibility is so heavy. That's why. No! I have to atone. Kinjo, what are you? Kinjo held the pistol he was holding upside down and aimed it at his forehead. Are you gonna die? Even though I don't think this will be enough as an atonement for sure. At least I can't live and breathe on the lives of the people who died because of me. Because I'm a murderer. Kinjo-kun, wake up, you're not a murderer. I mean, the killer was me. He stabbed Kizan-chan. I ran away in that state and even made Ayami-chan die. It was me. So come back to your usual self, Kinjo-kun. It's Taira. I said a lot of harsh things to you too. When I think about it, I wasn't really in a position to say that to you. Don't apologize, you're not being yourself right now. You stupid bastard, do you think this will change anything? Did you just call us to show something so stupid, or is that fun to watch? This has to be done in front of you, because I have to atone for you too. Furukawa isn't here. Kinjo, please come to your senses, we're no longer at the ballroom. Satsuki left us with hope, which means they don't want you to do this either. That's right. Rather than taking your own life, revealing the true nature of the mastermind and punishing them is the true meaning of atonement. I'm different from you guys. I can't change my mind so casually like that. I can't understand you. Why are you thinking that way? You just realized your own mistake. If you know that you're mistaken, you just have to prevent that from happening in the future. No, it wouldn't be so simple. For normal people it would, but for this guy the idea of crime is the same as his own identity. In other words, the ideology that has been adhered to is destroyed. It is no different from denying one's own existence. Your existence is denied. Mikaru said something like that a few days ago. I hypothesized that if you were in a state of lost memory, that she might have been the mastermind all along. When you realize that you're the mastermind, you would deny the existence you believed in. According to Mikaru, this current state of Kinjo is no different from hers. Of course, your existence being denied is terrifying. It's terribly hopeless. Because you're not who you say you are. But even so... Don't be stupid, Tsurugi Kinjo. Don't try to die. No one in this world has to die. What do you think about human life is for, huh? Might is right. No one deserves to die. But I sold those people and made them kill. Higa. I was intent to kill from the start, but the murder was induced by Monokuma's motive. Had he not been involved in such an incident, he would have lived a good life as a promising soccer player. Hatano. To prevent her friend from being the Blackened, she sacrificed herself instead. In fact, it's not an exaggeration to say that she confessed from the very beginning like Satsuki. Uehara. He was threatened by Monokuma, and he had no choice but to kill to save the children's lives, trying to throw away the minority for the sake of many. Everyone committed murders, but no one was truly evil in the end. I dismissed the result of committing murder and judged it as evil even after death. They all died tragically, unfairly, and horribly. I can't be the only one alive after this. This is the only atonement I can make. I think the time has come to end it now. Everyone, I'm so sorry. You guys have to stay alive and leave the school. Kinjo, don't mess with me. What is this atonement, damn it? No one wants you to die that way. Don't be so smug without knowing anything. What you're doing right now is just running away from turning your eyes from the painful reality. You're not garbage and you're not pathetic. Maida, in the end it doesn't matter. It's not a difficult situation. If only I was an ordinary student and not the ultimate police officer. Could I have been friends with everyone? Kinjo, stop! No! What the fuck? What the fuck? Hello? You just woke up and... Are you for real? What the fuck? What the shit? Kid. Joe. No one could open their mouths anymore. It was so sudden. So simply, Kinjo pulled the trigger. There was no time to stop it. Is this a lie? A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time has passed, the class trial will begin. What the fuck are you? The body discovery announcement. Body, you say? That Kinjo. There's no way, right? Oh my, what is this? I can't believe that Kinjo-kun is dead. Monokuma. Once the body is found, I rang the broadcast, but this is not a case or anything too complex. There's no sense of having a class trial. He just died with his own hands. He did... Huh? He's not dead. Kinjo isn't dead. Maida-kun. Kinjo isn't dead. I mean, Kinjo isn't the type of person to die like this. Maida-kun, I understand how you feel, but don't waste your breath. You can't live after putting a bullet in your head on your own head, right? This is a fact, of course, even if you don't check it. Unless you have the reflectability like a white-haired boy. Poo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Reflectability? He isn't dead yet. Kinjo will survive. Kinjo's not dead. Stop it, Maida. It's already over. You couldn't understand his heart and you couldn't stop him. That's just it. Don't be ridiculous. Kinjo's not dead. You can't send Kinjo away like this. Fool, see for yourself. You have already, but can you admit it? Look, his heart stopped. Just like this. Stopped. Stop. It's not. His heart is beating. What? Excuse me? He's alive. Kinjo-kun. Anything's fine. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's get Kinjo's treatment. But, should I allow this? Don't talk bullshit and get the treatment right away, Monokuma. Are you gonna leave us alone like Kid Kurokawa stayed? I can't help it. Actually, I don't want to hold a class trial like this. Fine, I'll pick up the patient to the Monokuma General Hospital. Everyone hurry up to the recovery room. Jesus Christ, Kinjo. What the fuck? Monokuma, what happened? Kinjo. Well, it's a real shocker. The result of my diagnosis was the bullet that Kinjo-kun used was effective. As a result, the bullet smashed the skull and caused minimal damage to the brain. In the end, it didn't damage any important part of the brain. So that means he's okay? Kinjo-kun is still alive. Well then, this is what Dr. Monokuma guarantees. Since I did the surgery right away and past the turning point, his life is no longer in danger. Oh, thank God. I would be so pissed if he just went out like that. Damn it, Kinjo, what the fuck? He just woke up and now he put back in another coma. Thank God. I'm really glad. He's got a long lifeline. Seriously, I can only say this is really lucky. No matter how bad the bullet was, it kept the muzzle from hitting the forehead and avoided a fatal wound. Even more shocking at short distance. I'm glad. I'm so glad. I don't want to see any of us die again. Well, I don't know if this is really lucky. What? I definitely said that his life was not in danger. It's just that what Kinjo-kun's life is going to be in the future. What do you mean? Explain in detail. What should I say? My condolences. The parts necessary for maintaining his life were unharmed, but the brain cells that maintain the cerebral memory were destroyed. I can't say for sure yet, but to put it simply, all his memories, abilities, personal skills that Kinjo has developed over the course of his own life has been shattered into oblivion. What? One last thing. The fragments of the broken skull are stuck here and there. I extracted them safely, but even if he survived this way, he has potential to be a plant human. Either way, the situation is not a joke. This is ridiculous. Becoming a vegetable. How the hell did you do this treatment? Maida, quit it. It's not Monokama's fault. In fact, saving his life is close to a miracle. But Kinjo is... Maida-kun... Yuki... There are things that just can't be helped. Nonsense. What is this? What the hell is this? It was all too sudden. No one would have wanted this. Did Kinjo really want something like this? I didn't have a clue. Guys, body discovery announcement. What happened? Did it happen again? Akako-chan. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. No one died. Monokuma was mistaken. Mistaken. Kinjo couldn't put a gun on his head. I thought it was an instant death for sure. He was lucky enough not to lose his life. I just finished the surgery in the infirmary. Kinjo did. Well now, I'm done so I'll leave. Of course, since Kinjo-kun's still alive, there won't be a class trial, but you already know that. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck, man? After that, we kept quiet and shaken with each other. To such a shocking reality, no one was able to talk. Mikaru, who had been pursuing Kurokawa, also left Kurokawa in front of her eyes and went back to her room without saying a word. Kinjo's still alive, but he'd rather be dead. Why did this happen? Did we make a mistake? Why do we have to be the only ones to suffer things like this? Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Man. I stopped thinking and forced myself to sleep as soon as I glanced at my bed. I slept as if trying to escape reality. I felt like all the hope that Satsuki gave us and our resolutions were all in vain. I don't want to do anything anymore. You don't have any clues about the mastermind, and even my friend is in a critical condition. But will it make a difference if I try even harder than what I've already done? And this despair is just excruciating. It shouldn't be like this. I know it's not okay. I don't want to wake up. If I don't move like this, it will no longer be irreversible. Hey, Yuki, come out, Kay. Teruya? What? You were here? I thought you were already gone. What's going on? I was about to go to the dining hall. That's because I was worried about you. Worried? Kinjo was taken down. Besides, our relationship with Karu just went out the window. Everyone's having thoughts while having big shocking events in front of them. I'm worried about the others too, but I'm mostly worried about you, Maida. I mean, I guess you're the closest one to Kinjo, weren't you? Was I? Did it look like that to the others? I thought Kinjo was the only one friendly with me. Is that so? Did you know that your expression wasn't a joke when Kinjo looked like that yesterday? Yesterday? It looked like you were gonna commit suicide by following Kinjo. What? I won't do something like that. I know, it was a joke. For that reason, I came to check your condition this morning. I think I did well to come. Haven't you been thinking bad things since yesterday? Ugh, is it that easy to understand seeing my face? Yuki, I want you to keep your mind strong. If you give up, we're all in trouble. Teruya. Huh? I know this is not like me at all. Rather than reading too much on people, I'm the type to give up first. But if Haruhiko had been alive at this time, I think he would have acted exactly the same as me now. You remember? Forcing you to smile and talking stupid things too. I don't if it was that encouraging, but you should try and refresh a little, relax for a bit. I'll be waiting at the dining room. Teruya, even though it was hard for you, as always crying and calling out his father's name, and as always Haruhiko in desperation trying to make things funny and swearing at him. He's holding on to it. He clenches his teeth and tries to live on Haruhiko's will. And not just Teruya, Akane and Makaru as well. I'm the only exception. Get your mind straight, Yuki Maeda. The truth is not far away. There's no such thing as an endless cycle. Let's not give up. Believing in that possibility, there has to be a way. Because that's all I can do. Oh, Kurokawa. Yuki. Hi, good morning. Where are you heading? 5th floor, to investigate. Her attitude towards me and the way she speaks was the usual Kurokawa, but I felt like she was being aware of me. Not just me. Kurokawa had been in this state ever since we went out of her room. Kinjo is okay. How is he? I don't know for sure. For now, there doesn't seem to be any danger in his life, so I can only hope he wakes up healthy. In fact, it would be desperate to say that he might become a vegetable man due to the situation. It's Kurokawa who's more important right now. She was uncomfortable with each other all day long, and even the incident with Kinjo was dismissed and we forgot about it. But it was still clear that Kurokawa knew something. Maybe it's because I made up my mind. It's only now that I understand Makaru's feelings. In the current situation where all breakthroughs are blocked and there's no hope, Kurokawa might know something, including the Kisaragi Foundation. Isn't her very own existence itself our only clue? Hey, Kurokawa, you know... Turn back. Eh? What do you mean? I don't know anything. Even if you ask me, I don't think I'll listen to you. I haven't said anything yet. I can tell without saying. Stop doubting me. I can't tell you anything. You can't hear anything. Annoying brat. Kurokawa, do you know our situation? Yuki. Don't do this. We're colleagues. We've been investigating together. What kind of information are you trying to keep in secret so stubbornly? Go away. I don't know. How many times do I have to tell you? The last hope we have left is you, Kurokawa. Are you making fun of us now? Yuki, please. In a situation where there's no hope and yet everyone's trying to stay bright, not giving up. Because the moment we get careless, we'll end up being in despair. If you know something, tell me. If you don't even say in this situation, you're treating us like idiots. Am I wrong? Please say something. Yuki. Don't pretend you don't know. I'm tired of this. Because you know everything and you're gonna try to fool us? Are you gonna leave us now? Answer me, Kurokawa. Yuki, it hurts. I just now... What did I do? Kuro... Don't come near me. Kurokawa, wait a minute. What did I... It's not Kurokawa's fault that we're in this situation, but I'm blaming Kurokawa for not telling us something, putting all the pressure on her. Even though I knew it, I said such harsh things to Kurokawa. Damn it. Damn it. Why do things happen like this? What came over him? Oh my lord. Is it like his true self? Shit. Because the Kurokawa in my heart, which had barely calmed down, began to shake again. It shouldn't be like this. Everyone's working hard, but I can't be the only one to fall into despair. Control your emotions. I'll definitely apologize to Kurokawa next time. I gotta keep working hard as well. Everything will be fine. Kinjo will recover without a hitch, and we'll be able to find a clue. Stay bright as possible. Guys, good morning. Guys, let's eat quickly. We need to investigate. Yeah, of course we have to, but Minto-kun, you seem very motivated for some reason. Really? Isn't that good? It's 100 times better than being saggy. In my eyes, it looks like you're trying too hard. Eh? That's not it. By the way, I thought Makaru wouldn't be around. Are we eating together again? Don't be stupid. Just that I'm late to breakfast, so my timing just messed up with you guys. If I keep up at your place, I won't be able to get out of here forever. But whatever, we decided to work together for once. Because Kinjo's like that too, we need to hurry up and get back on shape. If he comes to his senses and listens to us, back to cooperate. Really? I thought Ray-chan would definitely get mad and never talk to us again. Don't get me wrong. As long as you hit a wall, there are limits to what you can do on your own. Oh, I see. I only heard the information from Makaru and you, but now it's a different day. And instead of not knowing anything, makes us work together to investigate. This is amazing. We wouldn't give up without being fed up with despair, but still, good things happen. Kinjo didn't wake up, Kurokawa didn't confess, and we didn't find any clues, but it was definitely a good thing that we could get back together. Minto-kun, why are you laughing all of a sudden? Nothing. I'm just kind of happy. Eh? Explain yourself, you bastard. After roughly eating, we now gather to decide on what to do in the future before we continue to investigate again. First, as long as we know that all the information we got so far is useless, we have to collect new information from now on. New information? But to round off a little bit, it's already been a month since we're like this. We've been only able to investigate this much, but were we able to find something? Investigating as usual? Of course, nothing is easy. So first of all, we have to sort out certain information. Wait, is it okay to wait for a minute? What? Stop talking. No, that's not it. I mean, the surveillance camera. Oh, that's right. We're still... What do we do? Maybe first to Ray-chan's room. I said my room wasn't gonna be used anymore, right? And don't worry, fools. You really think I wasn't prepared for anything? As Makaru said that, she pulled out a sloppy switch from her pockets that had multiple circuits shown. What's that? This is a portable version of the jamming device I used in my room. You can make whatever your room you wish with just a push of a button by sending the jammer to the nearest camera. That's incredible. Ray-chan, you surprise me every time. I didn't think Ray-chan would be an ultimate inventor too. How do you make these? I only know just how to make these. There are parts overflowing here and there. If you understand the principles of cameras and an eavesdropper, you came to this level of a university class. A university class, even though we're still in high school. Anyway, we can talk freely, but it'll be a matter of time before Monokuma notices soon. Then, going back to what we were talking about, you said you found solid information? Yes, as Tyra said, there are no more clues left in this building anymore. No matter how much you've been running around looking for them, there won't be anything extra to find. Meaning, from now on, we have no choice but to pick up the rest of the clues that are considered remaining and come to clear them up in one go. What are those clues? One time I mentioned it before again and again, there are some facts only Kurokawa knows. Kako-chan is one of those clues. Maybe she knows the full story of this incident we're caught up in. She could be the only one who knows that much important information. However, for some reason she doesn't want to tell us. She's been clinging to tenaciously make it go away and she just keeps avoiding us more and more. I felt the same way when I met Kurokawa a little before coming to the dining hall. Because of my impatience, I apologized that I had done something wrong to her, but now we have to focus on thinking about the measures. At this point, you might think that it's not that she doesn't tell, it's that she really can't. In any case, relying on her is no longer a wasted effort. So what? There's no way anyone else knows about anything about it. Are you sure? Huh? There's one, the person who's eating breakfast over there. Kisaragi-kun? Isn't it obvious? It's almost certain that the Kisaragi Foundation was involved in this crime, and he's from the Kisaragi family. But the problem is about his head having issues. It won't be a conversation at all, right? Did you guys have a serious conversation with this guy? He might be weird, but from my point of view, that guy is perfectly normal. I think I understand a little bit, but do we really not know anything? Besides, the amnesia really is there, as Makaru says. That's just an assumption. Moreover, nothing will change unless you try. Shouldn't we be looking at all possible methods? You're right. So, with Mikako Kurokawa, who's reached the peak of her alertness, let's put her aside for a moment and let's hear something about him first. Mikaru, did you say that you're gonna run straight to him? We don't have time to mess around. In the first place, there's a limit to the jamming of the surveillance cameras, and we should move as soon as possible. So, I don't know if you heard us, Yamato Kisaragi. Shall we talk for a moment? Hey, are you listening? Mikaru. What? Yuki, Kane, Teruya. What? Kisaragi-kun, something seems off. Mikaru, Mikako? What happened all of a sudden? What are you trying to say? Where's Mikako? How am I supposed to know? Don't go screaming and making a mess. Mikako, Kurokawa, you mean? If it's her, I met her a while ago. She said she was going to the 5th floor to investigate. What's going on? Kisaragi-kun, didn't he suddenly seem normal just now? Yeah, I noticed it too. Hey, let's go after him now. Why, Mikaru? Stop idling around. Something's fishy here. Mikaru's feeling restless. Yamato Kisaragi suddenly becomes strange. What is this? Is it a harbinger or something? Leaving that question behind, we decided to follow Kisaragi. Kisaragi must have gone to see Kurokawa. Kurokawa said she's gonna investigate the 5th floor, so she'll be there. It seems everyone went ahead. Anita, are we too? Guys, did you find Kisaragi? Maida-kun, that's... What is... Oh shit. There was blood, no matter where we looked at. But wasn't the 5th floor originally dried bloodstains? It was not just me. The blood. It was the dried blood that was spread in spirit from the beginning. It was warm blood that had just been spilled. This is a lie, right? Maybe that's not it. Well, maybe something else. There are bloodstains running from the lab down to the record room below. This blood wasn't originally from the 5th floor. It's a new blood stain. What are you talking about? Don't run away from reality, you guys. Don't you all know that too? Even if you tremble, there's only one path ahead of us. Someone shed blood from one of us. What else could it possibly be? I can't. Is it a phrase you use at a time like this to say that, or just turn your eyes blind? The last execution of Satsuki, the thing I thought would never happen again. A murder happened, again. Another person died and you have to go to the class trial in order to uncover the killer. Don't be ridiculous, damn it. Maida-kun. First we need to understand the situation. Teria, continue firmly on the first floor and check if Kinjo is okay. Maida and Tyra follow me to investigate the 5th floor. Yeah, right. If you look at the blood spots, you'll notice something happened in the laboratory and the record room. So let's take a look at those first. Tyra, you go to the lab. Maida, you follow me to the record room. Oh, okay. Oh, the floor is sticky. A lot of blood seems to be flowing out from the record room. I don't know who the owner of this blood is, but if they spilled this much, Maida, you might as well be prepared. Damn it. I want to believe that it's not going to happen. We've been asked from Satsuki to deliver our hope just past a few days ago. We made a decision, so I thought that no more murders would happen, and I firmly believed it. But that was our mistake. When did the 4 cases that occurred so far come with notice? Murder always comes unexpectedly and suddenly. It was the law. There was no more reason to say that there would be no murders, and I was being negligent without any basis. I should have known what happened in the end. By the way, Hikaru, come to think of it, I thought we couldn't go into the record room. We need a password. That's true. Perhaps only the Kisaragi Foundation officials know the password. Then the person who organized this crime couldn't even enter the record room, right? This blood could be a forgery as it was in Yamaguchi's case, and in reality, the incident happened somewhere else. It's unreasonable if you think about it normally, but why don't you reconsider after the fact of chasing after him? You mean Kisaragi? Ah! Yes, Yamato Kisaragi. I don't know if Teria has checked on Kinjo properly yet. But if Kinjo is safe, there are only 2 people who are not here right now. Kurokawa said she was going to investigate the 5th floor, and Kisaragi followed after Kurokawa. In a sense, yes, but I don't think it's weird both of them knew the password to the record room. Anyway, it's highly likely that this blood is the blood of one of them. It can't be. Damn it, damn it. What do we do? How can we open this door? Besides that, do you remember what Monokuma said when the 5th floor just opened? If someone is already in the record room, the door won't open, even if you put the correct password. If the 2 of them are stuck in the record room, there is no joke. This is no joke. This is an emergency. Hey, Monokuma! Hey, Monokuma, come out! Yes, thank you for nominating me. It's Monokuma-san who crawls and runs whenever you call, anytime. Monokuma, open this door right now. Something big might have happened in there. It's an emergency, so we can use your help in these cases. Moreover, don't you already know what happened anyway? Huh? Well, what happened? Of course I know, but it's a little difficult to comply to Maida's demands. What? Why? I don't know the password either. What? Not even I don't know the password, but my powers don't work at all in the record room. Meaning, no matter how hard I try, I can't open this door. It's not that I don't want to open it, it's that I can't open it. Still, someone may be bleeding and dying in that place. You mean we can't do anything? Still, the situation right now is quite tense. If a murder has happened and you can't even enter the crime scene, this has become an unspeakable hoax. I'll give you one hint. The door leading to the record room is in fact not the only one door. Not the only one here? Maybe there. Hikaru-san seems to have noticed something already. Now that you know, you won't need my help. The sight of you will soon see. I'm already looking forward as to how much it will drive you into despair. What? You damn thing. It seems the finale is not so far away. Come on, stay strong. This Monokuma is just fooling with us. Hey, Maida, ignore that trash and follow me right now. There might be a way to the records. For real? Where are we going? If you come, you'll see. We have to hurry. Run. Hikaru, is this the ballroom? Why are we suddenly here? Be quiet. If my guess is correct. Hikaru, can't you at least explain? In the center of the dance hall, a white cloth hung from the railing at the top, as if someone had climbed upwards. Oh yeah, I was wondering, I saw that door, and I was wondering what that was. My prediction was correct. I think the door you can see above me is probably the one that leads to the record room. How did you find it out at once? Around the time I was in the ballroom, I kept worrying and more concerned about this. I wondered if the upper door was connected to the 5th floor. But after escaping from the ballroom, the 5th floor was open, yet there was no room on the 5th floor that led to this door, except for the one and only record room that hasn't been investigated yet. That's true, but what is this cloth? What about it? It must mean that someone has entered the record room one step ahead of us. For now, let's not worry about the slightest things and check the inside of the records. What are you standing there for? Come on, hurry up. You got no time to waste. Go right in. Inside here. There may be someone bleeding and collapsed on the floor, maybe already dead. But we still have to prepare ourselves, because the spirit must not stop us anymore. This is the record room? Isn't it similar to the ballroom? This is the door. The back really goes to the record room. Mikaru, don't you smell something weird? Did you notice too? The smell of gunpowder and the smell of blood. It was the embodiment of death. This death feeling that has already been experienced 4 times before. Beyond this gate, the aura of death overwhelms us with a terrifyingly powerful force. But we have no other choice but to open it. When someone has disappeared, no more. You can't run away anymore. This reality. There's no other choice but to face it. Uh-oh. Who's dead? When I opened the door, there was a sealed staircase. I jumped 2 steps up this very short stairs, and within a few seconds the door with the word emergency exit tag on it appeared. As we opened the door, a mechanical gray fluorescent light greeted us, and at the same time. No, holy shit, wait, okay. Oh, okay. Fuck, I thought Mikako died. Oh. An incomprehensible sight. Mikako Kurokawa was standing with blood all over her body, as the body of the ultimate inventor, Yamato Kisaragi, who can no longer breathe, appeared. Shit, okay. Yamato really died. I was like, there's no way he's gonna survive. He was brought back just to die. Oof. Kurokawa? You. What did you do? A body has been found. After a certain amount of time, the class trial will begin. Yeah. Me. Kurokawa, what the hell happened? How the hell did this happen? Kisaragi's death, a bloody Kurokawa. In this chaotic situation, I couldn't even remember how much time has passed afterwards. I only have fragmentary memories of Akane and Teria running after hearing the announcement of the body and telling them how to enter through the ballroom because they cannot enter through the front door. And now everyone is gathered in the records. Except Kinjo, who lost consciousness. All the survivors of the school of murders we have. Mikako-chan, I'll clean out the bloody stuff. Are you okay? That's fine and all, but is that the time to say that? I mean, he's dead. Kisaragi. And doesn't that mean the culprit is among us? According to Teruya, he said there was nothing wrong with Kinjo. But it'll be a miracle if that guy opens his eyes now. Meaning only 5 people here could commit the crime. 5. That's the number of people breathing in this spacious building. Among so few people, there's the culprit. But look, Maida-kun, Otori-kun, Rei-chan, and me. Didn't the 4 of us have been together since this morning? Yeah, since the last time we saw Kisaragi, we were all together. Who was the last person we've met since Kisaragi died over there? And more importantly, Kurokawa was alone at the scene when her body was covered in blood. There's something more to see here. We don't even need a class trial, don't you agree? Shut it, Teruya. We don't know until we investigate. As long as we have time, and we must before the class trial. But look at reality. No matter who the culprit is, the murderer doesn't change. Soon it will be his turn to appear. His turn? Did you call me? Have you all calmed down? Can I start slowly? Monokuma. Yes, you didn't betray my expectations either. I put a lot of effort into this motive. I almost thought, what if the murder doesn't happen? It was a little bit bitter, but it unfolded just as I hoped and the endorphins were injected. Yahoo! What do you mean good? What the hell do you think about humans, Monokuma? Kisaragi-kun. We didn't meet him for very long, but they're still a classmate like us. I believe it. Before we even got a chance to get along properly. Why are you even mad at me? I didn't kill him. And friends, you say. Such a cheerful friendship. Still, everything already happened, right? What you should do now is not shed tears as you mourn your friend's death, but rather uncover the truth of the incident and punish the culprit, right? The same as always. That's right, I'll give you the Monokuma File 5. Investigate hard and try your best to clear the class trial. Again, you mean you have to do it? That terrible trial again? Still, we can't run away. We start it now, we can't stop here. That's fine, but something is wrong. Huh? Monokuma, it's you. You seem a little different than usual. Doesn't it look like you're rushing something? What? Really? If Makaru-san felt that way, maybe that's it, right? Well, who cares what I do? Because the fact that a murder happened doesn't change. Skipping over. But as Monokuma said, there's nothing we can do about it since it's already happened. Let's do this. We don't have time to stop here. You must not run away. If you guys made up your mind when you left the ballroom, you'd know it by now. So we will never give in to despair. Rei-chan. Outcome is like the first thing we said. Well, it was pretty good though. But it's already happened. We can't turn back time. Like everyone said, we can no longer lose to despair anymore. The explained points and uneasiness still hadn't gone away, but we decided to fight despair again in order to win the class trial that was right before our eyes. Kisaragi. His body was at a level that I couldn't even open my eyes to see. His chest was severely damaged and his internal organs were much more visible. It's like he was hit by a grenade. In truth, we didn't really know much about him. I wanted to know him, but due to a brain abnormality, it was impossible to have a proper understanding of the time we were together was absurdly short. Still, according to Makaru's hypothesis, it's just that we did not remember, and Kisaragi may have been our friend too. And even if they weren't, it was hard to react so casually to someone's death you've been touched in so little time. Kisaragi, I wanted to know a little more about you. When I think of it, the last time we saw Kisaragi at the dining hall, he seemed to have changed for a brief moment. No, the case comes first. Let's put all these questions behind him, otherwise we will all die. First, as always, let's check the Monokuma file. The victim is Yamato Kisaragi. Estimated time of death was approximately 8:30 AM. The cause of death was due to shock from a laceration, a huge hole in his chest. No other injuries were found. This is the end of it? Of course, the Monokuma file is less informative, but this one is especially bad. Well, let's summarize the information that can be confirmed with only this. The time of death was 8:30. It was around 15 to 20 minutes when Kisaragi left the dining hall to find Kurokawa. It can be said that there is no contradiction regarding the time. The problem is that someone killed Kisaragi within 10 minutes or so after leaving the dining hall. No, let's not blindly doubt. As Makaru said, it's never too late to do this at a class trial. As it seems obvious, there's a high possibility that there are facts we don't know. Other than this, there was only a brief description written, not even an object believed to be the murder weapon. If you think about it, this in reverse, the weapon itself might be highly related to the case. Yes, we already know it from experience. Since the time of death itself was a trick, there was Monokuma file that had estimated time of death. For now, if it is like this, there doesn't seem to be any indications that would make our thinking from left to right. Let's focus on that. The kitchen knife is clean. Yeah, if they didn't specify the cause of death, I mean like the weapon, the knife probably isn't what killed him, since it's so clean. This is the knife that Kurokawa was holding when the body was found. Did Kurokawa really with this knife to Kisaragi? Why Kurokawa? Before that question, I first felt something odd with this knife. The Monokuma file read a while ago. Clearly it said that there was no other trauma other than the chest hole, right? It was clearly written that way. Besides, just looking at Kisaragi's corpse right in front of me, there were no traces of the use of the knife. And not just the corpse. When I looked again, the knife itself was clean without a drop of blood. And is this it? This knife is simply for a distraction. No, but then why was Kurokawa holding the kitchen knife in the first place? I shouldn't do this. When I started thinking like this, I continued to doubt only Kurokawa. Let's not get caught in our prejudices until we go to the trial. Didn't we already experience this 4 times before in the previous trials? Kurokawa wouldn't have been holding this knife for no reason. Let's make a note of it. A bloody cart left in the corner. This cart... Isn't this something from the lab? It certainly was something we saw in the lab. The fact that this cart is so bloody. Was it used to carry a dead body? It is large enough to carry one person, and although it's a bit difficult, it seems that you can climb places such as stairs by lifting the handle. Actually, I was concerned about it a while ago, but there was blood in the hallway on the 5th floor. We found that if they had entered the record room to the ballroom, could they have not shed a drop of blood while carrying the body out there? I've always thought it was weird, but it's not impossible if you use this cart. No, I don't know exactly where Kisaragi died yet. If it was hidden after entering the records, then blood might not matter at all. If we look at it that way, the fact that this cart is in the record room itself means that it has climbed the railing of the ballroom. Does that make sense? More confusion grows in my mind. Either way, the presence of a cart and blood on it means that it was involved in the case in some way. Let's keep it noted. How strange. Kisaragi's dead body. Kisaragi's eyes were open and empty. He looked like a high school student, no different from us. The handsome face with distinct features was so straight that my brain didn't think it was strange. Well, I can't figure it out just by using the Monokuma file. I'll have to check it out. Kisaragi's body was most severely damaged in the deaths of my friends I've ever seen. It was so cruel that I got goosebumps just looking at it, like a brutal splatter movie scene. But I can't tear my eyes away. I have to make up my mind and investigate anything we can check. As written in the Monokuma file, the flesh on his chest is completely torn apart. It's so terrifying that I don't know how to describe it. It's that it feels like it to be exposed to dynamite or a grenade at a very close range. Of course, if that happens, not only the chest but the whole body would fly away. In the case of Kisaragi, the degree of wound in his chest was too large, but the rest of his body was fine. And the Monokuma file also said that there was no trauma other than the chest. The problem is, I can't even imagine what method to use in order to create a wound like this. For now, since the ballroom is still open, you can think of it as one of the many weapons in the arsenal. Wouldn't it be impossible to detonate only the chest with such precision with a bomb? Not to mention the time for the crime is way too short for such a meticulous work. Anyway, what is certain is that Kisaragi died from this wound, and no more wounds found. Let's talk with everyone at the class trial about it, as of now there seems to be no way to speculate on this abnormality. Kurokawa. When Mikaru and I found the body, Kurokawa was standing in front of the Kisaragi holding a kitchen knife with her whole body covered in blood, as if the murder scene had just been discovered. Since Kurokawa hasn't said a word, what in the world happened? What is the truth? Did Kurokawa commit murder? Yuki. Huh? What is it? The things you want to say, I know it. What? Because I know. Don't ask me anything now. As she said that, Kurokawa handed me a small notebook. What is this? Yamato. Kisaragi had a notebook. Eh? Looking through the notebook Kurokawa handed over, I found a page with a number written on it among countless of blank pages. "0430. Kurokawa, this is..." Don't ask me anything. But Kurokawa, even when we found the body earlier... Please, not now, don't ask me. I know nothing. She's about to face a life-threatening class trial and she was probably at the center of this case. And yet she tried to push it back somehow. I couldn't take my heart away from Kurokawa's expression like that. Still, this number that Kurokawa gave me, no matter how much I think about it, if it's related somehow to this incident, then this is the password to the records? Kurokawa seems to have left a great clue. I'll check this password a little more later. For now, let's continue the investigation. I think that's the password to the door, I think. Probably. Hey, Maeda-kun. I have something to tell you. Huh? Akane, did you find out something? No, rather than finding, I'll tell Rei-chan about it later. Do you remember? When Rei-chan asked me to go to check out the lab. There were pieces of flesh. Pieces of flesh? What are you talking about? I don't know. There was a few or the size of a mass of flesh. It was formed in a huge clump. It was so grotesque and bizarre that I almost fainted on the spot. I was trembling and tried to calm down and let you all know, but Maeda-kun and Rei-chan were already gone. Wait a moment. Bloody flesh? Isn't this related to Kisaragi's death? Yes, I've noticed too. The only wounded among us was Kisaragi who died. Eh? But doesn't that mean Kisaragi-kun died in the lab? I don't know for certain to this point, but at least I'm pretty sure the culprit did something to them in the lab. Akane, thank you. Thanks to you, I got an important clue. It's okay. After all, it's thanks to Rei-chan that told me to go to the lab. Well then, I'll tell the other guys about it too. Still, there are many extra restrictions in the record, so I was just wondering about the place Kisaragi died. If Akane's words are true, then there's the possibility that Kisaragi was also murdered elsewhere and brought to the records. Since Akane informed me, I'll go check the laboratory directly a little later. Maeda, is it fine for a minute? No, even if it's not okay, listen up. Huh? Well, it's fine, but why? Have you tried talking with Mikako Kurokawa? Yeah, but she says to not ask her anything. I'll be completely honest. I can't think of anyone other than Kurokawa as the culprit in this case if we consider it from the perspective of the elimination method. What? Wait a minute. Wasn't Makaru the one who said to investigate since we don't know this yet? As I said, this is the only elimination method. Of course, we have to investigate. But look at this. The victim, Yamato Kisaragi, ran out to find Mikako Kurokawa while we were all together. And after that, we were together until the guy was found dead. It wasn't like this until we arrived at the 5th floor hallway that something had already happened. Until it happened. Teruya went to see Kinjo and Taira went to check on the laboratory, right? I asked them so it would be impossible to break up with us and then commit murder. And even before I asked them, the hallway on the 5th floor was already covered in blood. Kinjo. Teruya said he was safe. It's more like he's been fighting on his own mind than being safe, but I can't see him being involved in this crime. You're right. After all, what Teruya said a while ago is wrong, but nothing is amiss. The only one capable to commit this is Mikako Kurokawa. If you think this far, there are two possibilities. One is that the real culprit is Mikako Kurokawa. The second one, others than Mikako Kurokawa who overturned all doubts towards her, and they are laughing behind the whole scheme. Then all of this was planned. Actually, everything seems a little vague. Neither of these have definite conclusions. The incident itself is very unusual and abnormal. You still need to do more investigation. For real. However, there's one thing with certainty. Mikako Kurokawa is the only one who doesn't have an alibi. She doesn't have an alibi. Then, does this mean that it is meaningless to consider this case based on an alibi? If anyone other than Kurokawa is the culprit, that means they've been walking alongside us all along and committing the murder. Anyway, let's investigate further. Makaru, thank you for the information. I didn't really tell you anything worth discovering your thanks, did I? Now the real problem is bigger than you can imagine. Hold your mind steady and investigate. Oh, it's locked. Okay. Karu. I don't know about the others, but you and Nana know, right? Only one can enter, and if two or more try to enter at the same time, the bulkhead will come to block this. That's right. Yeah, I didn't even told them that when we reported on the investigation. Perhaps the place we're standing right now is where the bulkhead is lowered. What? Then we should get out of here. What if the wall suddenly comes down and we get hurt? Don't make a fuss over it. Monokuma did the same, right? After all, the second bulkhead will be lowered after entering the password. It's safe now. What's more important right now is the structure of this record room. Only you can enter alone, because this fact itself can be a profound effect on the case. Is that so? Should we care much about the room at the door at the entrance to this room? I mean, we all don't know the password, and we can only access it through the ballroom. If it wasn't for the most likely suspect and victim, I would not care. What? No big deal. Anyway, it's good to remember the rules of entering the records. Only one person can enter the records. 2, it won't open if someone's already inside. 3, if 2 or more enter at the same time, the bulkhead comes down. Remember this, you'll have to explain it to the others too. That means you're asking me to explain it. Mikaro, can't you do it? Remember. Okay. Oh. 2 or only one person at a time. So maybe the cart was too I don't know. The cart might have been used to push Kisaragi into the room, and then the killer. That would be tough though. Yeah, like I was thinking the killer pushed Kisaragi into the room, and then they entered through the ballroom. That's what I was thinking, but like it would take such a long time for the killer to run around to the ballroom and crawl up again. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know yet. We have access to the ballroom, so I thought the records was good. It's just that if we listen to Makaru, it seems the records will be in important place more than I thought. Let's keep it to memory. Okay. Cloth is attached to the railing so that we could go upstairs. With this cloth, we were able to enter the archives. This cloth has been set already when Makaru and I, who first checked the records, entered to the ballroom. Then I expected the culprit must have installed it. I felt it when I first climbed it, but it was tied really well. Not only that, the texture of this cloth, I think I've touched it a lot somewhere. Anyway, without this cloth you can't go in or out of the record, so let's be careful not to break it. The person who installed this cloth is most likely the culprit. For this alone, this cloth itself could be proof. Let's keep it noted. I think I've examined everything in regards to the record room. I searched as much as I could, but I found very little. Damn it. To begin with, the case itself is somewhat strange. I feel a sense of contradiction within itself. I didn't feel the previous 4 cases to be normal, but I felt something foreign compared to the previous ones. I can't help but to complain since Monokuma hasn't made their broadcast yet. There's still time remaining. There was also something I heard from Akane. There was some flesh piece in the lab. Let's check that with our own eyes. It's really like Akane said, bloodlines. It feels wrong. Is this the flesh Akane mentioned? As Akane mentioned, a chunk of flesh on the sides of 2 human fists was rolling around in blood. It was so messed up that I couldn't even tell which part it was, but it looked like a piece of meat before being trimmed at a butcher shop. Ugh, it's terrible. I stopped thinking right now and just wanted to get out of here, but this chunk of flesh was something to do with it too. I have to investigate as far as I can. The flesh was crushed everywhere and was shaken violently as if it had been squeezed with force. There was something like dust on it, and I was wondering what purpose it was for. Come to think of it, the bloodstains in the hallway of the 5th floor were seen from the laboratory to the records. Even this chunk of flesh now has bloodstains on the outside of the laboratory. Then the bloodstains in the hallway might not have flowed from the corpse itself, but from this piece of flesh that had fallen off. Why did the culprit do such a terrible thing? To disguise as if a corpse was moved. But it's too sloppy to do that. In the beginning, the archives where the body was found was too clean for the murder to take place. As I guess while talking with Akane, Kisaragi may have actually been killed in this laboratory. That thought only grew more. Huh? There's something near the mass of flesh. This is... what? It looks similar to the smoke grenade used in Haru's incident. A bomb? It can't be. The thing that killed Kisaragi was... Sorry, but that's not it. But Makaru, you're in the lab too? And what time? Hey, I just came and got a report from Tyra about the lab. Isn't that why you're here too? That's true. But what's not it? Makaru, do you know what this bomb is? Bomb, or rather gas bomb, that's it. Actually, I should say that it's an anesthetic gas that temporarily causes paralysis. Anesthetic gas? A kind of nerve gas. It's not harmful to the body. It's a bomb in the form of a gas grenade. So it looks like it was made for military purposes, but the gas itself is also used for medical purposes. I see. How did you know this? I'm not stupid. It's all written there, isn't it? Even if it's written, it's all in English. Well, I think I'll only get more insults if I say any more than this. Anyway, this anesthetic gas, it was used by the culprit again? It was used by the culprit, right? That's right. There are plenty of grenades like this in our arsenal. After disabling Kisaragi with this, did they manipulate the case to fit the trick? But I still can't figure it out. Well, that aside, it's time to go to the trial. Did you find out anything? Well, vaguely. Looking at the state of the flesh, I guess that the bloodstains in the hallway did not spread from the corpse itself, but from this piece of flesh. And you don't know why did they make such a hassle, don't you? Right. Something's seriously wrong here. I'm not surprised, because I'm the same. Mikaru, what were you looking at inside? I'm just checking to see if there's something. Something that belongs to Yamato Kisaragi. Checking? Why? Think about it. The bodies of those who have died so far are kept in the laboratory, right? Isn't there a possibility that it's a piece of flesh cut out from there? Wait, you... Mikaru, did you check the corpses one by one? Heh. Fortunately, there was no traces of anyone touching it, so it's likely that piece of flesh belonged to Kisaragi Yamato. Not that. What about our dead friends? What? Do you want to sue me for checking a corpse? If we don't find out more about the truth, we ourselves will turn into corpses, won't we? So that's... Save it. I don't have the luxury to talk to you, because we're arguing for nothing. I'm not in the mood to get angry. Mikaru's condition from a while ago. As of now, you don't know either, right, Mikaru? About this case. No, I think I've got a decisive factor. So, seriously? Do you know who's the killer? What I should say is, I don't understand. I feel like I just found out the answer without knowing the solution. What are you talking about? Look closely at the next of the flash there. Some letters are displayed here. Letters? What is this? Me something. Mikako, oh. Blood writing. A dying message? Besides, this is Mikako. Mikako Kurokawa. Maybe... Isn't this it? Isn't it possible? Anyone who sees it is pointing at that woman. Such a decisive clue. Then the culprit is Kurokawa? Well, if you think about it normally, that's it. However, something's wrong. All the clues said that Mikako Kurokawa is the culprit. It fits perfectly. There's an unresolved problem to say that the woman is the culprit. Now even this dying message points to a name that is neither a password nor a hint. You don't even need to process it. Common sense dictates you for the culprit. There's Yuki Maeda written on the scene. Would you leave it alone? I would erase it. It's weird. It's so weird. Even if this is the correct answer, there's not one or two oddities. Damn it, a woman like me to fall for this. Alright, I think the investigation will be over soon, so let's get started, shall we? The fifth one, let's start the fifth class trial. All together at the classroom on the first floor. It's finally starting. Let's go. The trial will be conducted and the decision will be made. There's no choice. I'll do my utmost effort to help out as long as I cooperate with you guys. That'll be reassuring enough, right? Yeah, so far I've passed the class trial 4 times. Let's trust everyone. It will definitely work out somehow to find out the culprit. You were here. Terry, what's wrong? Wait a minute. I have something to show you. What do you mean? We have to go to the courtroom. It's only just a minute. You have to go down to the 4th floor anyway. Let's go to the dormitory for a moment. Dormitory? What's going on there? I decided to go down to the dormitory following Teruya, who looked desperately different from usual. Where Teruya took us was... Hey, this is Kurokawa's private room, isn't it? Teruya, why in the world are you... Before the why, how comes first? How comes first? You can't enter someone else's private room without a key. How did you get into Kurokawa's private room? No, I was trying to stop by my room for the last time because I was afraid that I might go to the trial in advance. That's when I saw Kurokawa's private room was wide open. The door was open? I excused myself into Kurokawa's room. I came in for a while to find out what was going on. I found something surprising. Come this way. This bed. The sheet is missing. No bed sheet? Only hers. Why only Kurokawa's room? The cloth hanging from the railing of the ballroom. So that was it. It was this bed sheet. What? Yeah, I noticed it too. Kurokawa's bed sheets were torn and tied up together. But wait, then why was Kurokawa's sheet used? What else could it be? It's because she's the culprit. This is not far-fetched as it has been before. If this is not solid evidence, then what the heck is? Evidence to be so openly like this? This is no longer reasoning or being ignorant. This is really... Makaru? Hey, what are you guys doing? Didn't the announcement tell you to gather at the courtroom? Miss Tara and Miss Kurokawa are waiting for you. Yeah, you've been waiting for too long. Seriously, I've seen you do this once or twice before, so you think you can be late now. Originally, it's just calling for a quick execution. Maeda, Terry, let's go to the courtroom. We can't avoid a class trial. Okay. Now, we finally got everyone together. A little late, but let's get started right away. As always, please take the elevator down. And for reference, Kinjo-kun is alive, but he's unconscious, so I'll give him a special break for this trial. The number of people will be small, but let's work hard. Hoo 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 hoo. 5 people, including me. It's necessary to uncover the truth of the case with such a small number of people. Maeda-kun, what in the world were you doing to be so late? Tori-kun and Rei-chan too. Sorry, I was taking them somewhere. Really, I was so worried. I saw something happen because Mikako-chan doesn't say anything. Well, we're not dead anyway, right? Let's go down. Everyone is ready, right? Ahead of the outcome, this might be the last class trial. But why the last one? Why? Because common sense. There's already 5. Except for Kinjo, I can't see any hopeless people, so when this class trial is over, there will be only 4 people left. If the number of people is reduced up to that point, there will be no murders or trials. The fewer the people, the more difficult it is to act. It does make sense, but it goes for when you pass the class trial safely, right? Yes, of course, of the 5 of us, there's a culprit, even for the others who have died so far. It cannot end here. That's all we need to know. Let's begin then, the final climax event. Maybe the last class trial. Makaru's last comment, who wasn't sure if it was filled with certainty, overlapped with the number of remaining survivors who dug deeper into my chest. I also have to make up my own mind. Overcoming a life-threatening class trial, to school, no, to escape this building, to survive safely, and to see my family again, to find out the truth. Everyone, are you ready? Let's go. The silence so heavy that crushes us lingers in the elevator. Not only was it the tension that the class trial was about to begin, but it was also due to the insufficient number of people. Kinjo is still alive, but frankly there's not much hope. No, this being alive is still a hopeful thinking. Makaru said that it is highly likely that this will be the last class trial. I really wish it was, but due to the nature of the class trials, 1 out of 5 people will never be able to go back up this elevator again. Still, we have no other choice but to do it. Eh? Maida-kun, did you say something? Nothing, just talking to myself. Yeah, we have to do it. Since the very first time Maki was murdered, this has been repeated over and over again. We have no choice. There's none. The elevator stopped with a heavy sound and we stepped into the class trial for the 5th time, craving hope for it to survive. Hey, you're finally here! I thought I was gonna die from the exhaustion of waiting. Why does the atmosphere in this courtroom seem to be getting more colorful? Oh, Tori-kun, you have eyes to look, I see. This time I designed it with a special care. Doesn't it make your eyes glow? Ew. Now, the number of people is small, so why not start early? As always, please go to your selected seats. Even though there are only 5 people here, the fewer the numbers, the more interesting the case. Will the Blacken succeed in escaping this time? We'll hope win again. Let's get started. And so it begins the 5th class trial, the 5th crossroad of death. The victim of this case, Kisaragi. There is also the Kisaragi Foundation that used to exist, but his existence itself is the number of one suspect of the candidate to be the mastermind. But I was thinking differently about Kisaragi. His brain was weird, he couldn't communicate well, but no matter how you looked at him, he didn't look like a villain. If we had talked a little more, maybe we might have known more about him. To think they would end up like this. After Kisaragi's appearance, Kurokawa's condition became strange to anyone looking at it. In the end, she emerged as the most likely candidate to be the culprit, and everyone became suspicious of her. Whatever the truth is, even if I don't want to know, soon it'll be revealed. No, it must be revealed. Our results will cross each other, and the truth shall begin. A life-threatening discussion, a life-threatening lie, a life-threatening betrayal. A life-threatening explanation, a life-threatening excuse, a life-threatening trust, a life-threatening class trial. The problem here is I was relying a lot on Kinjo's skill to help me in this trials, but I don't have it now because the progress didn't carry over, so it's okay. Now then, let's start with a brief explanation of the class trial. The outcome of the class trial is decided by your votes. If you point out the Blacken, then only they will get punished, but if you pick the wrong person, then I'll punish everyone else except the Blacken, and the one who deceived everyone will graduate proudly. Now, you may start with... The culprit is Kurokawa, nothing more to see here. Oh, you started already. Well, it doesn't matter. Please discuss things carefully. Wait a minute, Terry. I've only just started. It's just the beginning and nothing more, right? Poor Makaru was the first to investigate, but now how can you prove it? It's a class trial. The culprit is still Kurokawa. We all know that, don't you? At the time Yuki and Makaru found the body, Kurokawa was bloody at the scene. Besides, everyone except Kurokawa were together. Hattori-kun, calm down a little. As Maeda-kun said, you're just starting. Wouldn't it be better to sort things out? No, I'm perfectly calm right now. This is different from before. I mean, it's a conclusion after a thorough analysis. I'll call out the desire to escape from reality. Of course, I also think Hikaku-chan is the most suspicious, but... Calm your bullshit. It looks exactly the same as before, so stop and let's begin the discussion. What do you mean? Isn't Kurokawa the culprit? Of course, I also see Kurokawa as the main suspect, but currently Teruya is being too forward. There's a requirement to have at least have a discussion. For now, it would be better to convince Teruya. Let's go. I'm not done talking. She was bloodied at that scene. I mean, there's even more evidence than this. Stupid. Your life is at stake. Can't you take more responsibility for it? It's because you don't need to see it. Besides, there's more evidence that you can't dismiss. Have you forgotten? Kurokawa was holding the kitchen knife. Oh fuck. Okay. Yeah, okay. Teruya, just because she was holding a kitchen knife doesn't mean they're the culprit. What are you talking about? No matter how you look at it, she was carrying a weapon. I'm not sure you can even cook in there. No, you can tell by looking at the body of Kisaragi, the victim in this case. Kisaragi wasn't stabbed to death by this knife. It is also specified in the Monokuma file there was no special wounds other than a hole in his chest. Right, and crucially there was not a single drop of blood on the knife, no sign of stabbing anyone. That's true, sorry for forcing this, but then what was the kitchen knife for? Unless she was planning to murder? I won't deny that issue with you. I admit that Kurokawa is suspicious to the end, but that doesn't mean you can just blindly conclude that she's the culprit. I know. I'm sorry. Without knowing, I let my habit run wild again. I didn't grow at all. I don't think I did. No, it's because we all understand it. Are you done now? Then let's start with the case. Wait, are you okay for 1 minute before that? What else? Well, that thing. That one next to Monokuma. What is that? Why is Kisaragi's portrait over here? Oh, this? Well, don't mind it. I couldn't help it because there wasn't a seat space for him. A seat? Kisaragi-kun was originally a person who never entered the class trial room, so he had a reserved seat. Hey, don't talk about anything that has nothing to do with the trial. Come on, let's start the discussion right now. I mean, we started talking about them again and again. You can't help it. I'm not saying that class trials are top priority right now, since the case hasn't been sorted out, right? Let's get started. That's okay. First, the victim in this case is Kisaragi. Kisaragi. The incident happened this morning. Everyone's there except Mikako-chan. Yeah, at that moment, Kisaragi's behavior suddenly became a little strange and he ran to the 5th floor looking for Kurokawa. It was as if he became a different person. What was Kisaragi's true identity? That's fine and all. It doesn't have anything to do with this case. I would like to know, but we can't because he's dead. So let's just forget about it. In any case, we sense something strange that was happening and hurried to the 5th floor to chase after Kisaragi. Only then... The 5th floor was already bloody. Something already happened. At that time, Makaru gave instructions to me and Nakane, didn't she? I was to go check Kinjo and Nakane to check out the bloodstains in the lab. Yeah, and besides Kinjo, we were able to get some crucial clues from the lab, including that there was nothing wrong with him. Crucial clues? What was in the lab? That's for later. Let's organize the case first. First, Maeda and I tried to enter the bloodstained record room, but we could not open the door. Sure enough, a password was required to enter the records. That's right. You told me that when we were investigating the 5th floor. However, it seemed certain that something had happened in the records, and while we were thinking about what to do, so Makaru took me to the ballroom. Surprisingly, the white cloth in the ballroom was connected to the 2nd floor, and the door you see when you hold the cloth and go up was directly connected to the back door of the record room. When Tara and I were about to enter the records, we were told to go back to the ballroom. I wondered if the ballroom and records were connected somehow. So in the end, the cloth was tied up by the culprit, right? That's right. This means that the culprit had to do the same to get into the records. The culprit mustn't have known the password either. It's only natural, isn't it? It's a facility that was originally in this building, and we don't know anything about the facility, including the killer. I thought so too, but Makaru said that the culprit might know the password. Let's talk about it later because it's important, but not now. Anyway, when we entered the room to the ballroom, Yamato Kisaragi was dead. And in front of the dead Yamato Kisaragi, that woman, Mikako Kurokawa, was standing there, covered in blood. For now, this is the overview of the case. Yeah, everyone except for Mikako-chan. That's right. I'm sorry I didn't even want to discuss it earlier, and I'm sorry, but no matter how I look at it, no one can commit the crime other than Kurokawa. However, if the criminal fails to deceive us in the class trial in their own way, they'll be put to death. Is it really that easy to commit a crime? Is there some kind of trick we didn't know about? Kind of think of it. Didn't you mention that Makaru found a crucial clue a while ago? What's wrong with the laboratory? It's an important clue, but it's hard to figure out the whole case with that alone. What I found in the lab. Yeah, that's what we're discussing right now. When I went to check it out after hearing it from Akane, and the lab was... Makaru, you're talking about the piece of bloody flesh that was left in the lab, right? Flesh? Human flesh? Yeah, I heard from Akane. I went to check it out for myself. That flesh was probably from Kisaragi's chest. Moreover, Teruya, you should have entered the laboratory before the announcement went off. No, I didn't see it. I was in a hurry. Is that so? I was also surprised when I first found it. The fact that Kisaragi-kun's flesh was in there means that Kisaragi-kun was killed in the laboratory, right? That's it? I mean, he wasn't murdered in the records, but even if that's the case, isn't it impossible for anyone other than Kurokawa to commit the crime? Well, that's not the case. But the place where he was killed can be a very important clue. If you don't know who the culprit is, it's silly. Hey, Teruya, do you seem a bit dissatisfied? You're so full of yourself just because I decided to cooperate with you, aren't you? No, it's not really like that. I'm sorry, I'll stay quiet. In the end, no matter what I say, it comes to the conclusion that it's impossible to commit the crime except for Kurokawa. But I can't conclude without knowing anything at all like this. The most biggest obstacle in this case is... Let's talk about that with everyone. The culprit could have pushed the body into the records room and just left. Even if we try to organize the case, the results won't be any different. Even if Kisaragi was killed in the lab, only Kurokawa can commit the crime. If there is someone who can commit the crime except this woman. But after Kisaragi-kun left the dining hall until his body was found, we were always together. Akane and I went out for a bit, but we came back in a hurry. When we arrived at the 5th floor, something had already happened, right? Hold on, we need to discuss this in further detail. Indeed, the biggest obstacle is Kurokawa. As Teruya said, can it be decided that Kurokawa is the culprit? No, we have to do everything we can. Let's think what each of us was doing when the incident occurred. Yeah. We were always together. As Akane said, no matter what the clues are, it cannot be denied that we were together at the time of the incident. We'll have to work this out in order to see the truth. Oh, wait a minute. Why is the story suddenly going towards the direction of except for Kurokawa there's a culprit among us? If the alibis are perfect, doesn't common sense say that Kurokawa is the culprit? Why is the culprit Kurokawa gradually moving away from the suspect list? Why? Because frankly, it's too easy if Mikako Kurokawa wins. It's almost like someone's trying to blame Mikako Kurokawa for the charges instead. I'm also in agreement. Something's fishy. It's a class trial where your life is lost if you make one single mistake. You need to think more if you're not 100% sure. We're being too blunt. Aren't you just scared? Maida, Nakaru, normally you trusted clues pointing to the culprit and gave the answer. What are you afraid of being to be so careful this time? It's the alibis and the blood. Besides, there's even evidence about the bed sheet. So anyone can tell the culprit is. Don't be such a stick in the mud. It's full of complications. Do you want to annoy me right now? Or what? Are you the killer? You can't do that. Don't joke like that. Hey, Atori-kun? Just a bedsheet? What do you mean by that? Oh right, Akane doesn't know about this. Bedsheets, of course, that was the clue Teruya gave us at the end of the investigation. The place where Teruya took us was... Just before the investigation time was over, Teruya called Mikaro and me and hurried and took us somewhere. The place Teruya took us was Kurokawa's private room. Mikako-chan's room? Yes, I stopped by my room before the trial started and I was getting impatient. And I noticed Kurokawa's room was wide open. So I looked inside for a moment. Kurokawa's room didn't have any bed sheets. What? You're surprised? Why would you be? And so suddenly... You haven't said anything and just stood there still. What's this all of a sudden? Nothing. No. Well, we know the bedsheets are gone, but what does that mean? Akane, there was a white cloth hanging from the second floor of the ballroom. Didn't you think you've seen it somewhere before? I think I saw... Oh, maybe that cloth was the bedsheet from our private rooms. Yeah, it's probably the bedsheet from Kurokawa's room. Eh? But that's really conclusive evidence, isn't it? Like Mikako-chan's reaction a while ago. At this point, even I can't stop thinking of it now. No, I think it's more likely that Mikako Kurokawa is not the killer. Huh? Is there a reason? Well, just think about it. Let's say the woman used the bedsheet and hung it on the ballroom. Then, even if she hides that fact, she leaves the door wide open until the time runs out. Don't you think that's weird? That may have been because the incident took place in such a short time, they may have forgotten it. Forget it. Besides, that's the only reason we have. When I briefly looked around at her dormitory after chasing Yamato Kisaragi, and there was no sign that the door to the Mikako Kurokawa's room was open. I didn't look closely, but the door from the dormitory to the school side in Kurokawa's room goes in a straight line so you can see it without getting close. As you said, you claimed that the door was wide open, right? Actually, when I took you and Maida, it was wide open. Yes, I saw it. It's like trying to show that the door was wide open. Wait a minute. Then Kurokawa couldn't have opened the door. If she comes back and opens the door right after we chase Kisaragi, we'll inevitably run into each other. So that's what I'm saying. In short, the door to Mikako Kurokawa's room was open. It sounds like it was one of us. Then, maybe that person is the culprit? That's very likely. Using Mikako Kurokawa's bedsheet for the crime, they intentionally left the door open as if to show us it isn't plausible if the goal is to cover up all the charges against Mikako Kurokawa. Actually, we kept doubting Kurokawa till the end. No, but it's just a pendulum. Even if there's another culprit in our midst, it's impossible to commit a crime other than Kurokawa and an alibi. That's, well... Hey, Mikako Kurokawa, would you care to join the discussion now? Actually, hearing your testimony is the most important thing. You didn't say a word during the investigation. What you went through at the time of the incident holds the key to this case. Sorry, I do not know. Mikako-chan. Damn it, Kurokawa. Are you the culprit? A victim? I'm starting to get confused. Hey, I wish you could say something like this, but is there a possibility that she killed him? As in the case of Kobayashi Kawakun a while ago, was made into a self-made play. Unfortunately, Yamato Kisaragi was unable to commit a series of crimes, so it is unreasonable to start by opening the door to the pirate room we just talked about a while ago. Someone is trying to cover up the charges against Kurokawa. I understand everyone has an alibi, so it becomes impossible to commit a crime. How did they open the Kaku-chan's room in the first place? Did they even steal the key? Guys, doesn't the alibi get things complicated? Why don't we discuss the method of the crime, assuming that the culprit is the 7th person, A? 7th person, A? I don't think we're going to progress if we ever continue with the alibis like this. Let's assume there's a person named A who can roam freely, other than us. Let's talk about the method of the crime first. I'm in favor too. I'm ashamed that a talented person such as me is not sure about this at all. Yeah, I think that would be nice too. Come to think of it, I think I heard a similar thing from Mikako-chan last time too. Approaching from the other side of the case has based on the testimony that has already been given, without considering the truth or falsehood of the testimony. Did you remember all that? Yeah, we can't give up on just because we're stuck in one place. Let's design a designate a hypothetical person who could commit the crime, and discuss the method of crime assuming that person's pattern. There's a person A who can freely roam. Preparing for a crime wouldn't be difficult. But killing Yamato Kisaragi to put the blame on Mikako Kurokawa is no easy feat. They killed Kisaragi first and spilled blood in the hallway, right? And somehow they stole Mikako-chan's bedsheet. Even prepared a way to get to the records from the dance hall. If Mikako Kurokawa really was taken advantage of, by some means they must have kidnapped that woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing next to a dead body. The problem lies in that this happened within 15 minutes for all the events to take place. Even if it was Mr. A, it's not that easy to commit the crime. Person A, the criminal, must have done something to make Kurokawa look like a criminal, besides simply killing Kisaragi. In order to figure that out, they have been able to control Kurokawa at will. Oh, okay. The anesthetic gas. Okay. Makaro, by some means. I thought about it. Wouldn't it be possible if they used that? The anesthetic gas, I mean. Anesthetic? What's that? Akane, didn't you see it when you went to the lab? A strange can, the same thing that was rolling around like last time. I heard it from Mikaro and thought, it's gotta be the anesthetic gas. It sprays compressed anesthetic gas in the form of a grenade. If we're exposed to it, the body will temporarily become numb and your nerves will not function properly. What? Where did they get such a dangerous thing? Maybe it's from the arsenal in the ballroom? Because the arsenal itself was still open after all, since Kinjo was also brought a pistol from there. If you use that anesthetic gas, Kisaragi-kun as well as Mikako-chan can be neutralized. That's true. Still, Kisaragi went looking for Kurokawa, so there's a good chance they were together at that point. After immobilizing the two of them, Kisaragi is the axis, and if you make Kurokawa splash blood and stand in front of the corpse, in theory, it would be like this case. It's not about fainting, it's just paralyzing. But if that's true, wouldn't Kurokawa see the culprit? That's true, but if you use tools that can hide your identity, it's not a problem at all. Still, it's a bit strange that Kurokawa doesn't tell us what happened to her, but wait a second. I have a problem other than this. If you use the anesthetic gas, you mean moving two people from the laboratory to the record room, right? I agree as well. Besides, that short time before we came up, the anesthetic gas was used in the laboratory. That means that two people who were in the lab were brought up to the record room. Just as it was mentioned, it is difficult to move one person, but it will be a challenge to move two people in a short time. But it won't be impossible. There must be a shortcut to move two people at once. The proof of this is the cart. No, there's an easy way to transport two people up by your own. You just need to use the cart. A cart? Haven't you seen it when you search the records? There was a cart that was supposed to be used to transport something, and that was also bloody. Ah, I remember. Wasn't that originally at the entrance to the lab? That's right. Surprisingly, the place where the anesthetic gas was supposed to be deployed was also the laboratory. I can think of only one possibility that the cart in the lab got bloodstained after being used to the records. In order to move Kisaragi and Kurokawa. That's right. If you use the cart to transport it, you can easily move two people without any effort. By raising Kurokawa, including Kisaragi's corpse, you're able to overturn the charges against Kurokawa. Okay. Wait, you've been talking like a cool guy for a while now, but can you think that much? What's wrong, Mikaro? Is there something wrong with me? If, as you say, the case was so easy, I wouldn't say anything. However, there's a fallacy in your case. Please don't confuse me with incorrect information, just stay still. Oh, we do know the password, right? Yeah. Wait, Makaru, what if it wasn't actually like that? What? Take a look at this. Do you know what this is? 0430? What is this number? Moreover, this is bloody, right? You don't mean... That's right. It's the password to the records. What? Mai, did you know the password? No, I'm still not sure. I haven't been able to check if it is a real password for the records, but I think the chances are high. Where did you find it? When I was investigating, Kurokawa gave it to me. Right, Kurokawa? Please give an answer. Then Kaku-chan knew the password. Well, I don't know about that, because Kurokawa also found it in Kisaragi's body. And then there's the possibility that the culprit also got the password from Kisaragi. That's right. If you could go in and out of the records through the front door, wouldn't it be easy to transport two people by cart from the lab to the records? It's incredible, Maeda-kun. It seems that the method of the crime has been finally grasped, so now, if you only could identify the criminal... Is that really true? What do you mean, Makaru? I kept thinking it was suspicious, but I'm getting more and more suspicious now. What are you talking about? Well, instead the culprit is talking about someone. Yuki Maeda, that's you. Huh? What? What's going on? Am I a suspect now? What? Me? The culprit? Eh? Why is it like this all of a sudden? To be honest, I've been suspicious of this guy since the incident. However, since the alibis were so difficult for the case itself, I could not make sure with certainty. But Maeda, revealing that password was the wrong move. You went and dug your own grave. No, wait. Why did you doubt me? I didn't do anything. If you don't know, I'll tell you. The most difficult issue that bothered us the most in our alibis was the whereabouts of Mikako Kurokawa, right? Then Mikako Kurokawa went to investigate the 5th floor before Yamato Kisaragi left the dining hall. But the one who said that was Maeda. The rest of us, except for Maeda, have no way of knowing what Mikako Kurokawa was doing. Now you get it? Huh? That means... you mean Maeda-kun lied? What? What are you talking about? There's no evidence. If you're the killer, you can manipulate Mikako Kurokawa's whereabouts to your liking. For example, he may have lured Yamato Kisaragi to the 5th floor by falsely claiming that she went to the 5th floor. But instead, Mikako Kurokawa might have been caught in another place. Well, why would I do that? There's no benefit. Then what's the notebook with password on it? You got it from Mikako Kurokawa. Don't you think that's too convenient? If it was handed over to you during the investigation, why didn't you say anything? I don't know, I just told you the truth. If you're suspicious, you can ask Kurokawa. Mikako-chan, is that true? Are you one in our eyes? Kurokawa? Either way, there is something else that you've been suspicious about. When we all followed Kisaragi to the 5th floor, you were the last one to arrive. In other words, even if we've been together all this time, when you finally arrived on the 5th floor, your alibi disappeared for a very short time. Yes, to give a proper example, it would be possible to go into Kurokawa's private room for the dormitory in the meantime, install the rope in the ballroom, leave the door open, and so on. The whereabouts of the key will need to be discussed in more detail, of course. Hold on a minute. Isn't it strange that the sheets were hung on the ballroom back then? By the time we got to the 5th floor, it was already after the incident, right? It's not weird at all. If you knew the password, you wouldn't have to go into the record rooms or the hallway, so in conclusion, the bed sheets in the ballroom was for camouflage. You thought that receiving the password from Mikako Kurokawa would strengthen Mikako's suspicions. It's rather counterproductive to show it here, don't you think? No. Why do you think I'm the culprit? I mean, I don't know the password, I really got it from Kurokawa. And as Mikaru said, even if you go to the ballroom or leave the door open while you have an alibi for a short time, the crime itself is impossible, because the incident had already happened when we arrived on the 5th floor. Mikaru, Maeda's right. No matter how much you prepare to commit a crime, the person killed in the end becomes blackened. Atama used that point to become the blackened instead of Tyra. The person who killed last after preparing everything becomes blackened. I see. Teruya, you did a good job. This could also be a reason Maeda's a suspect in reverse. What do you mean? Simply put, they may be accomplices. Maeda, who did the final blow to Kisaragi directly, and Mikako Kurokawa, an accomplice, prepared for the crime. If you did this, the contradiction in this case can also be explained. What? Kurokawa was an accomplice? That can't be. Neither Kurokawa or me have any reason to kill. And even though Kurokawa can act as an accomplice, it's impossible for me to deliver the final blow to Kisaragi. That's right, because we don't even know the weapon yet. Really? There's no law saying that you have to be there in order to deliver the final strike. It was the same act as the science lab when Iwahara killed Inori, isn't it? Ah, remote killing, that was it. Yamato Kisaragi's corpse had no ordinary wound. The huge hole was enough to pierce the entire body. Most likely the weapon was a bomb. And bombs are relatively optimal for remote killing. There isn't a single reason for the perpetrator to face the victim. No way. Maeda-kun is the culprit? But there's no contradiction in Mikaru's words. The culprit. How did this happen? Because of showing the password? And why is Kurokawa keeping quiet? It'll be difficult if this goes on. I'm not the culprit. If they vote for me like this, everyone will die because of an incorrect answer. To prove my innocence at whatever cost for everyone. Damn, there's so many bullets now. If Mikaku Kurokawa is an accomplice, then this case can be explained. Like the culprit is Mikaku Kurokawa, but it was Yuki Maeda who installed the bomb. If she performs all kinds of tricks and only the final blow is done by Maeda, Yuki Maeda's culprit theory is a certain possibility. Transporting them with anesthetic gas on the cart, which we mentioned earlier, is something Kurokawa could do. But why Maeda-kun? The motive is unknown, but it's most likely the most likely explanation. If Yuki and Kurokawa are in cahoots, then they knew the password to the record room, right? And Yuki decorated the dance hall as if they had just entered the record room. Meanwhile, Kurokawa going in and out of the records did all the back work. And for us, he made it look like Mikaku Kurokawa was the culprit. He cleverly escapes the charges. A well-crafted trick, but it had a long tail. It can't be Maeda-kun. The culprit in Kurokawa is the accomplice. That's ridiculous. Where's the benefit of being an accomplice in the first place? Before that, I have to convince everyone somehow. There must still be facts that I know and the others don't about this case. That might be a clue to an objection. Private room. Before I mean, bedroom door. Everyone wants alibis. Want to come up outside. These are all these diagnosis.
Let's go in.
It's the maximum one person thing, right? Because she couldn't go in and out. Wait, that's impossible. It makes no sense to commit the crime into the records. Yeah? What do you mean? If you knew the password, wouldn't you go in? No, there's one thing you guys don't know about the records. The records do not open by simply knowing the password. How then? I learned this when the 5th floor was opened after Satsuki's execution, but there are a few rules regarding the access to the records. First, that only one person can enter the record room. Second, it won't open if someone is already inside. And third, if 2 or more people enter at the same time, a bulkhead wall comes down. Unless you follow this rule, the door will not open even if you enter the password correctly. Well, what the heck are those? I didn't use those rules. Maeda, aren't you lying again to get away from the suspect list? No, this is a fact I've heard with Mikaru when we first investigated the 5th floor. Mikaru, I don't think you've forgotten, have you? What Maeda said is true. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but it's probably true since Monokuma informed us. As long as these rules exist, it's impossible for Kurokawa to act as an accomplice. No, not just Kurokawa, it's impossible for anyone. As long as Kisaragi is in the record room, entering or leaving the record is impossible. Yeah, that does make sense. Maeda could have saw the culprit. Wait, just because you entered through the front door of the records doesn't mean the possibility of a crime disappears, right? You could have entered through the ballroom. You can't get into the front when someone is inside. Don't you have to do the groundwork first and then put only Kisaragi in there? That's... No. If it becomes that much trouble, the chances are rather low. They'll be caught up on the 5th floor before they even finish the job. Is that so? I didn't think that long for us to get to the 5th floor. So you're saying that all the reasoning we've been doing was just a guess? Well, me being the culprit and Kurokawa the accomplice, I was shocked because it was so sudden. There was no benefit for being an accomplice and there was no reason for me to kill. What are you talking about, Maeda? The charges against you have not been resolved yet. What? I obviously heard about the records with you, but I think you forgot one important detail. Do you not remember? When we were given the explanation, Monokuma made it clear. It checks the heart rate of the person inside in order to limit the entry. Really? So, what do you mean? The door does not open when someone is inside. However, the condition doesn't apply if the person inside is a corpse. It's not about distinguishing whether it's a human, but a human whose heart is beating. Huh? Then that means that Kisaragi was already in the record room. It sounds like you can go in and out by yourself if you know the password. Then, am I right, Monokuma? Yeah, that's right. Theoretically, more than 2 people can fit into the archives if the person inside is already dead, or someone who can have their heart stopped on purpose. Well then, do you have anything to object to, Yuki Maeda? I was skeptical at first, but if the evidence supports it up to this point, the only culprit is Yuki. Is this a lie? Maeda-kun! Maeda-kun! You committed a murder! Wait a minute, wait! No, I'm really innocent. Hikaru, think again. Do I really look like a murderer? Look me straight in the eyes and say it. Maeda, to be honest, I still have a lot of questions and I'm not convinced. But there is no answer other than this reasoning. As long as my life is at stake, I can't get involved in trivial emotions. At first I knew Kurokawa had to be the culprit. Yet the actions of leaving evidence on your own hands doesn't explain that kind of behavior. It can't be. No, this isn't... Wait, Kurokawa, don't stay still and say something. You two are being called an accomplice. You're the only one who can prove my innocence. Don't you guys think it's weird too? Originally she spoke a few words, but in this class trial, Kurokawa has been strangely speechless. It's strange that she doesn't say a word even when she's being accused of being an accomplice. Well, I do admit that. Kurokawa, I'm begging you, please. If this ends in my death, it'll mess up everything. I'm not the culprit, and you're not an accomplice either, so please tell them something. Kurokawa? Stop it, Maeda. I believe it's over now. Eh? What are you talking about, Mikaku-chan? I'm sorry for keeping quiet, but I can't deceive you anymore. I'll tell you all the truth now. Kurokawa? You have a different tone now. It is as you guys said. Guess I am the accomplice who caused the murder by helping Yuki Maeda. Eh? Huh? What? Kurokawa, what are you talking about now? Yuki, you instructed me not to say anything, but it seems there is no escape now. Wait a moment, he told you not to talk, and you're not using your slow tone as usual. What kind of change is this all of a sudden? I don't know what to say because it's unfair to me, but I'm one of the victims. Yuki did something to me. I felt threatened. I had no choice but to do as Yuki told me. What are you... Nonsense! Maeda-kun! Threatened by Maeda? Hold on, so that means you were intimidated by Yuki Maeda, so you had no choice but to help in the crime. And you were accused of committing crime against yourself, and you were used as much as he could. But after our reasoning, when Yuki Maeda was put in the corner, did you mean that you decided to betray Yuki Maeda, who seemed no longer likely to win, and tell the truth? Yes. If Yuki loses the trial, I will live and Yuki will be executed. If that's the case, it's okay even if you catch the blackened. If so, why didn't you reveal it in the first place? I was scared. Yuki's terrifying fear was imprinted in me. I couldn't open my mouth. And at the time of the incident, according to Yuki's plan, I was accused of being the culprit. I thought you wouldn't believe me if I insisted like that. Well, that's for certain. In that situation, if you claim that someone else is the culprit, your suspicion would only increase. Now it's all over. Maeda's disappointment is so great that he doesn't even have the energy to speak anymore. Let's finish this. Voting time. Wait! Something's wrong. Mikaku-chan is being strange and everything's weird. Can we think about it again? Let's talk a little more. Oh shit. Wait a minute, something's wrong with this. It is not. Now that the accomplice came out, it's a fact. You're not convinced, but you have to admit it. Yuki Maeda is the killer. But what about the weapon? You don't even know what the weapon is. We already explained remotely operating a bomb or something of the sort. Besides, even if it was a real bomb, it would be difficult to find the traces after the explosion. If that's the case, then it's possible even if you're not Maeda-kun. Even if it's the installation of the bomb, it's possible to leave your private room wide open. The rest of us didn't even know the password. Above all else, Kurokawa herself admitted to being an accomplice. Stop it, Akane. As you guys said. Maeda set up a bomb on the 5th floor yesterday. He then detonated that bomb and killed Yamato Kisaragi. This is the truth. Damn, Kurokawa, what's going on? Oh shit. Oh. Wait, Maeda-kun's not the killer. How long are you gonna stick for him? We're not the ones who give the answer. It's the evidence and reasoning. The evidence is showing the answer. No, you guys said it, didn't you? Maeda-kun was the one who installed the bomb and gave the final blow. But it's impossible for Maeda-kun to install anything. Why? If Maeda-kun didn't install something, he must have done it the day before the incident, right? And yesterday, the day before the incident, I was on the 5th floor from morning until night. I searched every room as hard as I could. What did you say? Don't lie to us. No, it's not 100% reliable, but it's credible. I also saw Tyra on the 5th floor for a long time yesterday, and she testified that even when the incident with Kinjo occurred, she came late to her private room by herself, and that she was on the 5th floor all day. However, no one came to the 5th floor until I came down after completing the investigation, and there was no sign of anything installed, which means no one, including Maeda-kun, did anything on the 5th floor the day before. How can you guarantee that? You may have missed it, or you might have gone from one place for a while. Wrong. Of course, I know my research skills are poor, but I can distinguish to a degree when a person's chest has been messed up. I admit it's my fault for acknowledging that you were desperately examining the 5th floor yesterday, knowing that you did. All day is a pity. It's a pity we can't prove it. But apart from this, I want to ask, why? Why are you covering for Yuki Maeda so much, even though she already admitted that they're an accomplice and he's the culprit? That's because I don't know. It's strange for Maeda-kun to be the culprit like this. It's because Maeda's the culprit. Tyra, do you have sympathy? That guy threatened me and made me accomplice. Maeda-kun. Maeda-kun, calm down and answer me. You didn't do anything wrong, did you? Yuki Maeda, keep your mind up. Calm down and look into my eyes. You didn't do anything wrong. Akane. Yes, look at me in the eye and tell me, you are not the culprit. Maeda-kun didn't do anything the day before the incident. But Kurokawa... Are you the culprit? No! Just tell me that. A culprit? I threatened Kurokawa and killed Kisaragi. No. I didn't do anything. It's not me who's weird, it's Kurokawa. I'm not the culprit. Maeda-kun. There's something weird. I swear I didn't do anything. It's not me who's suspicious, it's Kurokawa. What's going on? As Akane testified, I have no memory of installing anything on the 5th floor, nor of threatening Kurokawa. But it's also the truth that Kurokawa said she was going to the 5th floor before breakfast this morning. Unless he was killed by some kind of remote method, at this point even Maeda cannot commit the crime. That's right, Maeda-kun is not the culprit. On the contrary, Mikako-chan, who suddenly gave us a strange testimony with such a frightening face, is very suspicious. I think one of them must be lying, but who would that be? Akane, I'm sorry. Thanks to you, I woke up. It's all thanks to you. It's no big deal. No need to apologize. That's ugly, Maeda. You even want to kill us and get outside too? What? Because of your usual behavior, the others took care of you and defended you. I hope you like that, but I'm not succumbing to your threats. I'll uncover the truth with everyone and execute you. What? Why are you doing this, Mikaku-chan? Taira, as you said, it looks like Maeda didn't do anything the day before, but it was at nighttime that Maeda placed the bomb on the 5th floor. What? Maeda secretly installed the bomb at nighttime, so he could only do the kill the day before the incident. It's a fact that I heard directly from Maeda. It's all true. I carried out your reasoning and the kill itself was done by Maeda. Kurokawa, you really... If that's true, Yuki is the culprit. Akane only camped on the 5th floor until nighttime. As Kurokawa said, in the end, Yuki really installed the bomb. No, we followed the nighttime rule. Nighttime rule? You know that talking about that is useless, right? We've been discussing nighttime at the class trials many times until now, but without that coercion, only our big alibis were completely useless. Oh no, Maeda-kun. I desperately believe that Maeda-kun's not the culprit. I used my head to the limit to defend him. But we come all this way to this. Akane, it's not me. Give up, Maeda. As long as I betrayed you as an accomplice, you can't escape no matter what you do. I fully acknowledge the crime. Hold on. Mikako Kurokawa, aren't you a little weird? What? It's too aggressive. Obviously, as you said, you became a criminal. You must have been a victim of threats. Right now, the situation between you and Maeda is on the contrary, putting pressure on Maeda to the point where you call him a villain. That's how much my anger towards Maeda turned up. What he did to me. I'll tell you the detail after Maeda's execution. I wonder, we'll be executed after a bit more time. What? Rei-chan, what do you mean? Mikako Kurokawa testified a while ago. During the day, it was impossible to set up the bomb because of Taira, but it wasn't during the day but at night time. That is a lie. What? Kurokawa's side was lying? Maeda, Taira, and Otori, I must say I feel pity for you guys. From the day I decided to form a cooperative relationship with you, I've been imitating Kinjo's idea and monitoring you. Kinjo's idea? Uh-huh. I put a threat on your every night to check your alibi during nighttime hours, just like he did during Tano's class trial. Then Maeda-kun, about Maeda-kun going to the 5th floor at night? Yes, that's a lie. Yesterday at nighttime, Maeda's room was still. He didn't come out of his room at nighttime. So what? Why are you lying if you're the accomplice? Well, perhaps the premise of being an accomplice was wrong. You mean... Not an accomplice, an innocent person trying to escape by blaming me. You might be the real culprit. Ugh. Seriously? Kurokawa's the culprit? That's ridiculous. Teruya, at the beginning of the trial you said that there will be none other than Kurokawa. That's... At first I was, jumping over the edge. Wait. Mikako-chan. I'm not the culprit. The culprit is Maeda. What a joke. If you'd rather stay still, you testified that he moved at night time. I heard it directly from Maeda. But the work I did on the door proves that it's false. Maeda didn't do anything. That's it. Maeda also knew that the thread was actually attached. He also went out and restitched the thread. That's interesting. I put a thread at the exact 3.5 meter position on those 3 visiting mills. So you're telling me he knew exactly that and reattached at the same place, right? That's right. Maeda calculated the exact height to which the thread was attached and reattached it at 3.5 cm. It's a lie to say it's 3.5 cm, you fool. To fall into such a simple trap, are you still lying? Kurokawa, why? In order to drive me to be the culprit. You Noisy, noisy, noisy. I'm not the culprit. Why is this happening? I can't die here. Mikako, is this the Mikako Kurokawa we know? No, I can't be the culprit. Stop, please. Stop asking me. Kurokawa. I'm not the killer. I'm not the culprit. I'm not the culprit. I'm not the culprit. What? Okay. She's just gonna keep saying that. Wow, alright. Damn. Kurokawa, unfortunately I have one more piece of evidence that says you're the culprit. No, stop. Stop it. It's this, the dying message, with the letters of Mikako written in blood on the lab. This is the proof that you're the culprit. There was a dying message? If there was such a thing, you should have told us sooner. I'm sorry I only doubted Maeda. I couldn't tell, because no matter who you look at, Kurokawa was the only one who could have committed the crime, because there's so much obvious evidence left behind that we thought she wasn't the killer. In that situation, the dying message pointing to Kurokawa gives a rather odd idea that she wasn't the culprit. Yeah, but now things have changed. Maeda, who we also thought was the culprit, is actually completely impossible to commit the crime, because Mikako Kurokawa started to say gibberish. In some way, she might have even be more daring and smarter than other criminals, because you left a lot of evidence that anyone could say it was you, so you rather escaped the suspect line very cleverly. This is a reinforced version of what Satsuki came out at the same time the trial started in the previous one. Isn't that too much of a guess? The only culprit in the world saying that they're a culprit and leaving the evidence so openly. It's not a guess, it actually worked. She left the suspect line and waited for our reasoning to reach its peak, so that one innocent victim is pointed out in the end. If you reach this stage, you will be self-proclaimed to be the accomplice role who became the victim. They didn't let the person who was identified as the culprit to even gamble. But this was thanks to him. Maeda, who did nothing wrong, became the culprit. My apologies, Maeda. No, there's no need for apologies. But it's really Kurokawa the murderer. Unbelievable. Actually, I thought it was too difficult to go back. Mikako Kurokawa also has a good motive. A motive? Think about what motive Monokuma came with this time. Monokuma introduced a transfer student named Yamato Kisaragi and said that he was the motive itself. And the reaction of Mikako Kurokawa as soon as she saw the transfer student was, watching this, unique. Watching that reaction had nothing to do with Yamato Kisaragi, it was Monokuma's reaction. How about that? Now it's you who's cornered Mikako Kurokawa. I have a lot to ask you, but before you die, so you better answer to us. Wait, I can't die. If I die, I must not die here. You can't die, Hugh. What do you mean by that? Don't worry about that. It's just the culprit's ramblings. No. You can't do this, you guys. What's wrong? Not yet. There's a problem left to be solved. What? If I'm the culprit, how did I left my own door open then? Besides, you don't even know the exact material the weapon was made of. This is annoying. Even if we don't know such trivial things, it's already certain that you're the culprit. No, I'm sorry, but that's what we said. Leaving the private room door wide open, aside from other things. I can't die now. I can't die like this. If you can't solve that mystery, you can't admit that I'm the culprit. Do we have to come all this way here and guess again? Assuming that Mikako Kurokawa is the culprit, if we look back at the case, we might find something we've missed. Well, we better come up with a complete answer. I'll do my best with my brain going all out. Kurokawa. Then, now that the alibi problem has been resolved, the most urgent problem is the murder weapon. Nope, leave it until there. Time's up. It's time to vote. What? We're literally out of time. It seems that the discussion was not over, but unfortunately this class trial is over. What is this? Are you kidding me now? This has never happened before. I'm not kidding, are you? Either way, time's over. Class trial's over. We're closed. Ding ding ding. No. Wait, something's wrong here. I can't admit this. This is not true. What, really? That's it? It might be like the first case where something sussy is going on. Because remember the first game, the 5th case, that was when Makoto was accused. So something sussy might be going on here. Well, anyway, time over is time over. It's your own fault for sticking around for so long. Anyway, did you get the results? You can't do much, so please vote with the switch in front of you based on what you just do so far. Oh yeah, I've stressed once again. Invalid votes are an immediate punishment. I can't tolerate it, understand? Then, as a result of the vote, who becomes the blackened? And the answer, will it be the right answer or the wrong answer? Now, what's it gonna be? Oh, is Mikako gonna die here? Yeah. Maybe this was set up by the mastermind. Maybe the mastermind killed it. And then they're framing Mikako because Mikako was a threat or something. I don't know. Ah, good. The vote ended unanimously. The blackened chosen was the correct answer, Mikako Kurokawa. She was the blackened who killed the victim, Yamato Kisaragi. Correct answer. The culprit who killed Kisaragi was Kurokawa. Of course, we had to come to that conclusion, but why? What is this indescribable feeling? No, it shouldn't be like this. Something like this should never have happened. Now, shall we go straight away with the punishment time? What? Now wait a minute, aren't you in a hurry? At least give us a little time to talk. No. Now then, I've prepared a special punishment for Mikako Kurokawa, the ultimate exorcist. Oh, wait, as Minto said, you're in too much of a hurry. Didn't you give us more time like in previous trials? Oh, I did? I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, the culprit has been determined, so I'm just trying to execute them. Well, there's something I don't understand. What's with the timeout? Can we send away Kurokawa like this? Kurokawa killed Kisaragi. Perhaps this is true, because Monokuma admitted that it was the correct answer. However, something is strange. After the character of Yamato Kisaragi appeared, something has obviously been twisted. In this murder, class trial, Monokuma, Kurokawa, everything is twisted like a toothed cog. If this is the way it ends, if we let Kurokawa go without saying anything... Wait a minute. Eh? Hey, Mikako Kurokawa, calm down and answer. What's your identity? Tell us what you only know. Rei-chan. For this moment, I don't give a damn if you're a murderer or anything. You obviously know something. You've been avoiding us all along saying that you can't tell us, but are you really satisfied with that? Would you really be satisfied if you died doing nothing like this? When you drove Maeda like a rapid-fire gun, you had guts. I mean, say it like that time. Don't you guys like that too? If this woman dies like this, we might miss the chance to know the truth for the rest of our lives. Mikaru. Without knowing anything in my life, I don't even know why we have to do this. I'm gonna stay here forever. I hate that. Kurokawa, I ask you from me as well, please. If you know something, can you please tell us? Mikako-chan. I'm afraid it's no use anyway, because Kurokawa can't say anything. What? I mean literally, so don't exhaust yourself. And let's get to the punishment time quickly now. Wait. Mikako Kurokawa. No, Mikako. We all know things have gotten weird, including you, since we left the ballroom. Whether you knew it, whether you committed murder, even if you're the mastermind, hope was handed to you by Satsuki. That's why, if you believe in hope, please tell me. I'm begging you like this, please. Oh boy, what do people say? Can't you understand the bear? It's no use. Mikako-chan. Ah, no matter. Just give up and take the penalty already. No. I want to say it. Mikako. Huh? Well, wait a minute. I wanted to tell you everything I knew, but I couldn't. I wanted to tell you, but it was all too much. But now, I'm gonna go beyond life and death to pass it on to you guys. I'll tell you no matter what happens to me. If it ends like this, if I die without telling anything, then I won't be able to face Yamatomi. Mikako, you... Miss Kurokawa, that's really dangerous. Are you willing to die? Then I won't be able to punish you. I can't say the details, but you said I could die here, right? I see you again, everyone. Listen, this is a trap. It's a mastermind. I believe in you guys. It wasn't a long time, but you guys became my friends. Believe in yourself. God believes in the hope that you have in yourself. Hope never fails to despair. Shit. It was just a moment. Mikako, who didn't speak softly and slowly as usual, but suddenly changed and didn't appear to be like she was when she accused me of being the culprit. As if it was a reaction to the limit release, I heard a sound splat coming from her head. She literally fell apart. Shit. Mikaro. I have to tell you about it. The mastermind has been with us and all our events. That's the key. Oh shit. Mikako-chan? This girl has died. What? Mikako is dead? I knew since Kurokawa was the culprit who killed Kisaragi, the execution was definitive, and we knew she was gonna die soon, but before being executed, the more she spoke, the more she collapsed, and then she dies? It was clearly strange for anyone to see. At the beginning of this case itself, class trial itself felt very strange, but more importantly, in the end I couldn't hear anything from Kurokawa and she left us. Pooh-hoo, pooh-hoo-hoo-hoo. You really are a stupid woman. You cut off your own lifeline. At one time, I really wanted to know what was going on, but she ended up stopping at the final part. I feel sorry for you guys. Well, to be honest, even if she does say it, it doesn't concern me much. This woman. Mikako said at the end that the mastermind is in our group. Mikako, as I expected. No, maybe not. She may have known a lot more than us. Monokuma. Who the hell was Kurokawa? The Kisaragi Foundation. What the hell is the truth? No way Monokuma can tell you that. What is more certain now is, in the end, Kisaragi and Kurokawa, who may have held the key to our situation in the end. It means that they left without hearing anything. Then, Kurokawa's identity, the identity of the mastermind, the identity of the Kisaragi Foundation has not been fully uncovered. Even the truth behind this murder. We're only facing the consequences of an empty shell. Damn it. Yes, we remained unconvinced. Process disappeared, only results remained. Anyway, I give it a short break, but, well, shall we start now? My heart is pounding loudly and loudly. Punishment time! Huh? What? What's wrong? It's punishment time. What does that mean? Kurokawa's already dead. What does that matter? Whether you live or die, you have to serve the order and you should be punished. Punishment is not just a punishment, it's called an example. Whenever you stop, you'll blaspheme even the dead. No, this is a rule. You guys have seen Miss Kurokawa's atrocities, didn't you? She was a villain who tried to survive by overturning the sins of the innocent, and good boy Maeda-kun, that wicked woman. I know that Kurokawa was the culprit and she even yelled at me harshly, but something strange about this class trial and Monokuma's words and actions were strange. Kurokawa said at the end that this was trapped by the mastermind. As Maeda said, this case is very strange. Monokuma, in our eyes it looks like you are anxious to kill Mikako. Huh? And when he introduced Kisaragi-kun, Mikako-chan collapsed bleeding. Monokuma didn't even try to help. You don't mean all of this was a conspiracy? Huh. Well, whatever the case, Miss Kurokawa killed Kisaragi-kun and became the Blackened. It is my job as the headmaster to punish the Blackened. Therefore, the Blackened disrupted the order. I have prepared a special punishment for the ultimate exorcist, Mikako Kurokawa. Wait, Monokuma, stop talking. Now then, let's give it everything we've got. You're already dead and in the court state, they're not in the best shape, but... Monokuma, answer the questions. Let's go hard anyway. Punishment time! Monokuma! Oh no. She's already dead. What is this? What the heck? Huh? Huh? What? A power outage? What? I can't see anything. What happened to Mikako-chan? Hey, Monokuma, what happened? Hey, don't pretend you can't hear me. Answer. Hikaru? What is this? He just stopped. What? By the way, didn't something like this happen during a class trial not long ago too? Mikako-chan said that if Monokuma stops operating, all facilities will stop too. But there wasn't a power outage back then, was there? What in the world happened? In the end, there's something strange about this case. Just like the blackout right now, I don't think this is normal. That's what the hell is happening. Kisaragi's appearance, Kurokawa's murder case, power failure, Monokuma's stop. I don't know what's going on, but it's definitely strange. Everything seems a back and forth contradiction. But Monokuma doesn't seem to wake up. What should we do? You guys. Oh shit. Oh, let's go. My man is back. Let's go. I just arrived. It's already too late. Kinjo, how do you... What the hell are you? How can you move? Kinjo-kun. We'll talk more later. We can't afford that now. Yuki, Makaru, Teruya, and you. You. Is that what you say after waking up putting on a suicide show like that? Do you have anything else to say? Makaru, where's Kisaragi and Kurokawa? What? Huh? Suddenly why? Wait, Kisaragi's portrait is there. Is that so? They're both dead. Kinjo, what the hell happened? When did you wake up? What's the situation now? As I just said, we'll do that later. To put things very simply, I remembered everything. I came here to save you guys. You remember? You don't mean... You're pretty well alive, but it seems it's over yet to turn things around. I will protect you from the heinous mastermind. Let's go! What are you doing putting us here? You guys are being deceived. You have to get away from that girl right now. Oh shit. It's Akane? Eh? Huh? Kinjo, what's wrong? That girl is... It's that girl. The one who kept the 15 of us imprisoned. Made us stay here. The criminal who made this murder game. The mastermind of everything. Akane Taira. Oh shit. What are you talking about, Kinjo-kun? Don't call me with that my name with that dirty mouse. Akane. Is the mastermind behind everything? Wait a minute, Kinjo, are you misunderstanding something? Yuki is right. There's no way Akane could be the mastermind. No, it's you, not me, who has misunderstood. Well, it's not unreasonable, after all, you did that to us. But that's why I'll definitely protect you guys from this heinous criminal. Kinjo, why are you doing this? Is this because of me stabbing Kizuna-chan? If that's the case, there's something I can do to argue with you, but still to call me a mastermind. Kizuna, that's pretty cute compared to what you did. Kinjo, what are you saying? I have no idea what Kinjo's been saying. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Are you gonna keep going? Fine then. Why can't you still do that after hearing this? Ultimate despair? Ultimate despair? Akane? Huh. Oh shit. Doesn't cry like a beast. After panicking and denying Kinjo for a while, she suddenly began to grab her head, screaming like something out of this world. The screams were going louder. More. It was a terrifying scream. Oh shit. What's going on? Despair has changed. Oh shit. Damn. Ah, it's refreshing. It feels like something has been blocked and was just opened. There's no problem with my memory. Just as that person said, I think it was very successful. It must have been a hellish taste to breathe without thinking of that person. I'm really sorry, Akane Taira. That person, is she talking about Junko? Man. Huh? You? Who are you? Oh my, who am I? This is Akane Taira. Oopsie, this is our first time meeting, then I should give you a formal greeting. No wait, that's a mistake. This is the ultimate despair, Akane Taira. Please take good care of me, Maeda-sama, Kinjo-sama, Mikaru-sama, Otori-sama. Damn. Wait a minute. Am I the only one who can't keep up with this situation now? You, Akane Taira. Akane, the mastermind? We didn't know each other since just yesterday, but this morning we were together for a very short time, but I can tell. I know that Maida-kun is a good person. Only for Maida-kun. I didn't want to hear that from anyone else. Actually, I wanted to apologize to you. I'm sorry. The reason I asked you to dance is because I thought we could be able to talk like this. I'm really sorry. Maida-kun, keep your mind up. Calm down and look into my eyes. I didn't do anything wrong. God, Akane was the mastermind of everything? Huh, it looks like the power has returned. It's the spare power turned on. I'm gonna die. Hey, suddenly the bear house was thrown down. I don't like this facility at all. Monokuma, it's been a long time. Eh? Monokuma? It's been a long time? What's that sound? Yeah, Miss Tara, surely not. You have returned? I sure did. You have been through a lot. What is this situation? This isn't a dream, is it? It is not a dream. And Monokuma is moving separately on the subject of the mastermind. You'll reveal your true colors. This time will definitely protect everyone. Oh my, Kinjo-sama. Now isn't the time to say that. Since I woke up, the killing school life is no more. Asking Monokuma-san to dispose of each of you is a breeze. Disposal? This is what I would like to say, but that wouldn't be much fun, would it? Besides, I still have an appointment with a certain person. So, I'll give you a chance to stand in the final stage. A wonderful stage to decorate the finale. Ooh. Man. The situation in front of the eyes is incomprehensible, unfolding at the same speed of light. I just stood idly by, Akane, looking at the person who was Akane Taira. I have become frozen. Wow, my lord. Akane is the culprit. She was too important. She was too important to just be a nothing character. Okay. So that was the that was the 5th chapter. Wow. Interesting. So Akane is the mastermind. Cool. Looking forward to playing this final chapter soon. We'll figure things out and see how this ends. Poor Kurokawa though. Yeah, she had something inside her that didn't allow her to speak, I guess. That's why she died. So yeah. It's sad, but oh well, we're at the end, so the case was interesting though, like like everything was laid out obviously that Kurokawa was the one who killed the guy. Obviously it's a trap, like all the things were a trap to kill her, I guess, because she would spill the beans. But anyway, Kinjo's back. Oh yeah. That would be the end of this chapter. Thank you so much for watching. Again, like and subscribe if you want to. And I don't know when this will come out. It might come out by the time I'm already starting stream again. So anyway, I'm much more active on Twitch. So if you'd like to watch me live on Twitch, link is in the description. Otherwise, yeah, I'll see you next time in the next episode. Thanks for watching and bye-bye.